Okay, thank you so much. So hi, everyone. Nice to see you all. Thank you so much, Glenn. And as Glenn said, he'll be available to you by chat if you have any technical difficulties. But otherwise, he's kind of created a nice, safe space for all of us. And it's a unique opportunity in this time of pandemic, in this time of stay at home, and in this time of an opportunity to retreat at home, to be able to practice under circumstances that challenge us to the level that some of us actually can find most helpful to go to the next level of awakening, to shift from an emotional, mental way of being, to use the usual supports that you are doing on every level, to continue to reach out through social distancing, but also open-hearted connecting to friends and family through using video and phone, email, and also the opportunity when we reach times of challenge and crisis, this can be an opportunity because the small sense of self, the manager, the smart, capable one that's trying to hold it together just becomes overwhelmed. And the emotion is bigger than the ego center. And so what we're going to do is we're going to acknowledge all the feelings, and all your parts are welcome today. And we're really going to explore what is the real resource with the source. What is that which can bear what seems to be unbearable? Is there a dimension of your consciousness that's already here that we can learn to shift into and be aware from, that will then include and nurture and nourish and give a bigger view and a bigger sense of you from which to respond and create and relate. So this is the opportunity and the possibility. And we're going to explore in different ways, going through different doors, and really kind of try to give you a sense of what are the unique ways of doing this, because it's a new learning system and a new unlearning system. So, yeah, it's just good to be here with all of you. We can begin by kind of feeling on any level some support and connection to the 200 people that are here dedicated to the same thing as you are. And then to dedicate our practice today to all those in the world who are sick and suffering, who are afraid or feeling vulnerable or alone, and just really feel that sense of compassion, that open-hearted awareness that's immediately the place to begin and the place to end. Yeah, so just letting that feeling of gratitude for being here and the feeling of loving kindness, open-hearted awareness, natural, interconnected support for all those who are experiencing difficulty at this time, everywhere, and just feeling connected that our practice today is for the benefit of all, for the awakening of all beings, for the relief of suffering at its root, and for the flourishing of natural positive qualities. Yeah, so this is the simple definition of awakening, is going to the root of what ties suffering together, the confusion or the ignorance or the simple case of mistaken identity, and then opening to the naturally already installed ground of being, and then including everything and noticing that it's not just the absence of a small self and a shift out of a small mind, but there is already installed this loving operating system of awakened consciousness. So this is the hypothesis, which we begin with, yeah? So nothing I say needs to be believed. And we'll set up the hypothesis, the premise, the approach, and the map. And then we're going to do these short little experiments. And we're going to really focus on how to do them and what does them. And then you'll report the results. What's true for you, what's true now. And just to say, as we go through, we'll go through different doorways, different doors of the senses, hearing, seeing, kinesthetic, visual, intellectual, emotional. Whatever doors we go through, they're all going to the same place, to go from a small battery of our body mind, small sense of a self, separate self that feels like it's looking out of our eyes, to a more open-hearted, spacious and pervasive dimension of consciousness that's being obscured now by our attempts actually to feel better. Yeah, so this is kind of one of the first premises, is that from system one, from thought-based, ego-centered, parts-based consciousness, the more we try to feel better and keep it together, we can do some levels of ease and relaxation, but we're always going to end up back in a sense of perpetual dissatisfaction on some level. And when the emotion is strongest, when the crisis comes, when the external and internal starts to bubble up, ultimately it's stronger than the smartest, most intelligent, most psychologically, and the part that's read the most spiritual books. So it will make you feel like you're overwhelmed or have a breakdown or possibly a breakthrough. So we're going to preempt that by going to the breakthrough before the breakdown happens. How's that sound as a opportunity? So those parts which need the love and are looking for reassurance, that's where we're going today. We're going to this which can bear what seems to be unbearable. We're going to distinguish an awareness-based knowing that's embodied, interconnected, and feels a new way of feeling safe, alert, and loving or open-hearted. So rather than trying to find safety and control in our thought-based, small, separate sense of self, we're going to introduce you to yourself. You'll introduce yourself to yourself, the awareness-based knowing, that's embodied, has a feeling of ground of being that's equally inside and out, interconnected, and open-hearted, so that then you can welcome all parts of yourself and relate and create in the world, respond, and from a new view and a new you and a more holistic being that you already are. So just settling in as you hear the kind of initial orientation and hypothesis. So that sense of what is obscuring is we have emotional parts within us that have been activated, and then a kind of a managing part or an ego center or a best effort attempt to keep it together, make sense of something that's beyond knowing. And we can certainly use our minds for certain things that are important to know about, like wash your hands. But then once you do a couple of those, the thought-based sense of self is just trying to solve the problem on the ultimate level, on the identity level, and on the existential level. Who am I? What am I doing? How do I solve this problem of the changes in the world, the changes in me, the feelings that are happening? So when we start with this simple inquiry today, what's here now, when there's no problem to solve, we're not doing a spiritual bypass and denying problems or issues in the world on a relative level. We're just trying to give a little relief to the center, to the small separate self that can deal with some of the external problems and the functional problems, but covers itself over, contracts itself into a frozen, obscured, scared animal. And when we give it relief, the curiosity is whether your awareness can feel the more essential identity, the more essential mind, the more essential view. Yeah, and then we'll play with this alertness from there. So let's start with this simple inquiry and then let your awareness drop and feel what's here when the problem solver relaxes for a moment. So just beginning by finding a comfortable way of sitting, knowing that nothing to figure out, nothing to do, just to feel awareness move and begin to know itself. As you understand the inquiry and ask yourself, what's here now when there's no problem to solve? Just now. So just feeling what's aware. Where are you aware from? Not so much what you're aware of, like the breath or sensation, but what's aware, where you're aware from, what's here now, what's primary when there's no problem to solve. And if you pop back up to thought or get on the train, just begin again, no big surprise, just re-recognize. And start to feel that immediate stepping out of the cloud to the more spacious and pervasive, subtler, deeper, quieter, more still, but a stillness that's so deep that it includes movement, not other than movement. Silence that's so vast, but awake. And can dance while remaining silent, like birds in a quiet field. So just curiously feeling as if awareness can rest as itself in a non-local, spacious way. And then that effortless awareness includes everything. So you're discovering what's here when you don't create a problem solver. And then the key is not just the absence, not just the not knowing, but the not knowing that knows. And you can't go back to thought to check whether you know this awareness that's awake. Only the awareness itself can feel or know itself as a nonverbal, wordless presence. So notice the content, thoughts, feelings, sensations, and notice if you go back and create a thinker or a looker or a meditator or a get involved, and then just feel the way that awareness quickly or immediately shifts into that more primary dimension of awareness. So whether you're feeling sleepy or a lot of sensation or thought, just notice the awareness that's not sleepy, that's not in pain, it's not agitated, that isn't coming and going, and yet is alert without going to thought. So again, you can't check with thought to know. It's like a continuous intuition or a flow consciousness or like riding a bicycle, just alert. So resting without going to sleep, alert with the potential to know without orienting to thought, here and remaining undistracted without going to daydream. Just feel, what is it like to just include everything without analyzing or particularizing anything. And let your body feel the effect of that. So the awareness is equally inside and out, as if you've dropped from head to heart space. Yeah, so anybody want to raise their hand and just speak from here, just to say, we'll just do a couple little popcorn reports, just to hear some voices, just say a word or a few words or a sentence. What's here now? What is it that's absent? And what are the natural qualities or dimensionality or new feeling from the new awareness-based knowing? So the key is this a meditation state, or is this actually essentially who you truly are, to which these other states hypnotize you back into a smaller way of functioning that you call you? So why don't we just hear a couple of people. You can either announce your name or not. I'll just unmute you. Does that work for David?
Hey, the words that come to mind for me are space, flow, and then this sense of emptiness, but also richness at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. So everyone just, and also listen to the voice, space, flow, and richness at the same time. So there's the quality. So again, these are not like trippy experiences or meditation states or blissy, enjoyable qualities or highs. This is literally the essential, natural, flourishing, or positive felt sense of who we are underneath it all. That this is the premise. Is this true? You can check it out. So another person, Rob?
It feels like I'm in the soup, and that I can feel the boundary of the body, but it's just not as hard of a boundary as it is normally.
Yeah, beautiful. So that goes into the more flow dimension, which is like ocean of awareness that's arising as this wave, which has a form and a feeling, but there's also a boundless quality of something greater or more interconnected. And that's the dimensional quality of awake consciousness is it's multi-dimensional, space, flow, interconnection. And different facets of the diamond will show up for different people, more space, more water, more love, more safety, joy, okayness, well-being. So we have Annette
Yeah.
or Annette.
Yeah, Annette. I'm Annette from Germany.
Yeah.
For me, I felt a sense of disidentification. Well, I'm just doing my video. Disidentification and calm.
Yeah.
And so going beyond my physical boundaries, this
Yes.
feeling of space and interconnectedness with everything around me, and also
Yeah.
about beyond beyond the boundaries of countries. So
Yes. Yeah, beautiful. So again, it's beautiful to hear you kind of practicing finding language that, you're rewiring language as you're talking just beyond countries, like if you don't go back to think about it, you stay, you'll start to rewire not only the felt sense, but the speaking from it. And you named two important things. First is the disidentifying, but most importantly in this approach is immediately finding the new operating system of interconnection, calm, compassionate flow. So not just hanging out. If you go in a more gradual approach, you can deconstruct the small self and disidentify and hang out in not knowing or no self. But here we do go through that and then immediately find that which can embrace and doesn't scare the parts of the first system by saying, oh, I'm nobody, I'm out in space, I'm disoriented, I'm spaced out. It's like go through the disorientation to the new reorientation and then come back to the whole system. So that was beautiful. Thank you, Annette.
thank you.
And how about one more? We got, is it? Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. I was struck by how quiet it is, and there is no center to it.
Yes.
Kind of everywhere.
Yeah.
What is aware is kind of everywhere, and in the times that I get kind of magnetized back to what I normally think of myself, it didn't seem to hold as much solidity.
Yes. Beautiful. Yeah.
And there's a lot of, it's very shimmery and vibrant.
Yeah.
And kind of different from one moment to the next in terms of feeling, but like a familiarity is always there.
The familiarity is there. Beautiful. Yeah. So quiet and yet shimmery. Right? So quiet and yet shimmery with no center and familiar. So this is the kind of paradoxical clarity that is pretty much what the wise gals and the wise guys have reported throughout history as the markers of this consciousness, which, a lot of what we're doing in using this simplest, shortest glimpse practice of what's here now when there's no problem to solve, and then just giving little pointers on not just what's absent, but what's the new felt sense, the new decentering to the centerless, and then the interconnected flow consciousness that's quiet and shimmery naturally. We didn't imagine or try to create positive qualities. It's when we untie these knots and then have enough of a map to say, okay, don't stop halfway at not knowing or no self, not just the freedom from, but it go immediately into the no self or the open-hearted awareness or whatever dimension of the new multi-dimensional diamond heart quality is, and then familiarize. So the Tibetan word for meditation is often translated as familiarize. So we're just recognizing, realizing, familiarizing, abiding, and then expressing from here, starting to talk and walk, and then losing it, no big surprise, just re-recognize. Recognize, realize, abide, familiarize, express, and then it becomes the new normal in that just like a developmental stage. So we all have the capacity to read. Children have the capacity to read, but they won't learn to read unless they learn to read. You put a book in front of someone who hasn't learned to read, no matter what age they are, they can't learn it, but they have a capacity. So same way, we have a capacity for this awake consciousness, and it takes a little familiarizing, a little practicing or consistency, and then it becomes second nature, or we know it by heart. We start to know not just it as a meditation state, but as a stage and as a shift of location of identity and dimension of mind. So this is just curious about whether that's really true. So thank you so much for that. We have another one here, James. Yeah. Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. For me, it's the shift from a center to the being aware from this boundlessness.
Yes.
And then the old center arises.
Yep.
And it abides in the boundless.
It's in the boundless, yeah. Beautiful. So, and then what's the connection from the boundless to the center that arises within it? Is it a sky in which birds and clouds arise, thoughts come and go? Or is it a kind of an ocean and wave feeling of the thought is arising as awareness, or the little part is arising as natural interconnectedness?
I find it as both. At first, it arises as birds, and
Yes.
then it melts into this wave.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, that tends to be the unfolding of it, is that in the progression of meditation steps and stages to do one-pointedness and then observing of contents and then pull back to big sky mind or choiceless awareness or pure awareness witness, still detached witness and disembodied and a little depersonalized, and then can get caught back, or you have to establish kind of a neutral witness to walk around, and say like, would you like some tea? And then you say, all tea is the same. I'll take anything. Hot and cold are the same. So if you're a little detached, you're not. The non-dual move that we're going to explore today is exactly as you say, to go to that, from identified to not knowing, to the alert, awake awareness, and then to be curious whether vibration, sensation, energy, and thought are separate, moving through, or are they made of? Is it not two? Are there a feeling, and it's not an intellectual thought, but it's a playful, when you're in that awareness, it can look and feel what's true. So we'll play with that, but that's a beautiful description. Thanks, James. All right, we'll try one more. Is it Carola?
Yeah.
Yes, hi.
So for me, it was like the question changed a little bit immediately. It was like, so when there's nothing at stake, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
it just came because to me, that's the core of what pulls me out again, that there's always something at stake.
Yes, that's right.
So that really then got me to this very deep silence. And then there is this laughter. It's like a cosmic laughter, like this voice that is like a state of complete amusement.
Yes.
There's nothing but being amused and space and extension and light.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah. And then where are you in that? Where's your body and your?
It's in there.
It's in there. Okay, good. Whew. I thought we lost it there for a second. Yeah, good. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah. So the the question is, what then? How do you walk around? So this is like within a, even though most people have eyes open and it's just like, oh yeah, right. There's space. There's my body is connected to this. Is there a subtle version, or do you have to snap back to a calmer, separate sense of self in order to stand up and go talk to somebody or do a task? Can you have some version of that? Some of it, can be a little, you're going like 60%, 70%, 80%, infinite space. Then you want to come back and feel like there's an ocean and a wave, that the awareness is equally inside and out. And there is some local human being, precious human birth, that is connected to the infinite source. So the unborn and the born, that which doesn't come and go, and that which was born and has emotions and feelings and human interactions and aliveness, is supported. So the key is, can you feel like 51% open-hearted awareness? So 51% awareness, like ocean wave. And then ordinary consciousness becomes, just the awake state in Zen is called ordinary mind. So it's not extraordinary. It's not like you have to walk around feeling 80% infinite and bump into things or feel like, but it's this, it's not doing either or, not, oh, meditation, vast, infinite, interconnected, now back to small self and then go back to meditate. So what is this expression? What is this abiding and expressing, then losing it, and then returning? So it becomes more about resiliency, kind of a interest and a priority to learn to return, and keep almost like learning how to fine-tune your own consciousness. When you feel yourself collapse, you feel the part that wants some attention, then you feel there's a part of you that's trying to help, then you can ask for some space from that part, thank that part, ask for some space, and then come back with more resource to be with your whole system from a more compassionate capacity, which you have in you. So we're really familiarizing ourselves with that in our own way and at our own time. Yeah. So again, this particular first glimpse is one that, if it works, it's great, and we'll do a few others now, and then see if there's another door. If this one didn't work for you, we'll keep playing. Yeah. So yeah. So let's do one outer. Usually I'll drop in first, but yeah, let's do one where we go from thinking to seeing to hearing to awake space that can be embracing and compassionate toward our whole system. So yeah, so let's just do this. We'll do some others afterwards. So it's almost as if, so one of the first things to feel is, what is the normal felt sense of where you're looking from, where you're located when you walk around during the day? So where is the habit? Where's the constellation of consciousness? What's the felt sense? Just as you can feel your breath at your belly, where is the focuser located? Where is the hearer of these words in a usual sense? Where does it locate itself? How does it feel? Not intellectually thinking about it, but literally, where are you hearing these words from? If you look at something in the room, where does it feel you're located? Where's the center of you? So just starting to realize that habit isn't the only way to have your body be safe in the world. That there's actually flow consciousness from people who are athletes or mountain climbers or Tai Chi masters. They feel more like what people just described. They don't feel like they're doing subject-object scanning for danger. They feel like they're dropped, opened, interconnected, and safe. So one of the first things as we shift out of this small sense of self is we want to acknowledge that managing part, that ego center, that belief system that is unconscious and conscious, and has basically said, you know, I got you this far and you ain't dead yet. So keep contracting. And the feeling is almost safety is like a amoeba. When you touch, when you've seen an amoeba touch with a pin, it contracts. When you see, when you get cold, you contract. So we're contracting for safety, and actually we need to open and include. So the first system is going to say, no, 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 do not do that. I'm going to take care by being small, and the taboos or the belief systems or the different parts have these beliefs because we've been trained to think there's only a part-based, thought-based small self system for safety and for dealing with fear and anxiety. So it's saying, don't go out of your mind. Don't. Hello, I'm back. Did I go away or did you go away? So where were we? We were right here. And here we are again. Hopefully you all are still here, and some connection seemed to be lost. So this, we're acknowledging, and particularly this, these conscious and unconscious protectors or managers or parts of us or belief systems that keep us from making that first transition in meditation to the awake consciousness, which is a different system. It's not a small self. It doesn't contract. It opens. It's not, doesn't check by being smart and going to the past and consciously predicting the future by going and looking for worst case scenarios. It goes into wisdom mind, into heart mind, and uses implicit memory, which means everything that's conditioned, but not by having all the pop-ups and the programs running. It uses it by including everything from a more upgraded consciousness, this awake consciousness. Yeah. So we're going to start with this feeling. So you get a feeling of when you're identified, when you're attached, when you're in a small sense of self, that's even the one that's very smart and trying to help your emotional system. And just know there's another option, there's another alternative, and we're going to experience that now. Yeah. So just starting with that feeling of being identified or attached, and make it may be one kind of point of view, or it may be a couple of them going like, I'm not sure if I can do this. Sure, you can do it. It'll be fine. Well, wait a minute. I don't think I can do this. Well, who are you? I don't know. I'm the one who's trying to do it. No, you're not. So maybe a little bit of that. So the feeling is that who I'm talking to and what can unhook is not the doer, is not the ego, is not your will, is not an effort. It's awareness itself. So awareness that's already awake is where we begin. That as I'm talking from my awake awareness, using language to your language, that I'm talking to your awake awareness and saying, I see you, and I know you're real, and I know you're hearing me, and you can unhook from the doer, from the thinker, and move yourself from your awake, functioning consciousness, which is where you'll be able to live from. But you literally start by being identified with a cloud, and then we're going to have your awareness go from thinking, which is considered the sixth sense in Buddhism, and just see what it feels like if awareness can unhook and go to space. Just notice that you don't have to orient to any object. And now feel as if awareness can come and join with seeing. So awareness and seeing, just seeing. So not going to thought, not going to any object. Then feel as if your awareness can move from seeing to hearing. Just hearing. Not focused on what you're hearing, nor who's hearing. Just hearing. And then let awareness, like a bubble, open up into the space in the room. And then at the speed of awareness, let awareness expand in all directions as far as it can until it discovers a boundless awareness that's already aware by itself. And just staying for 3 seconds to 3 minutes. Just let go, go beyond all conditioning. Just let awareness mingle with space. So that you're aware of this boundless awareness. Stepping out, unhooking, and resting is pure awareness. It's timeless, boundless, and awake. And then just notice that feeling of awareness that's curious is the local awareness aware of spacious awareness, or what's it like if you're aware from the spacious awareness, as the spacious awareness? Like a field of awareness that's spacious and pervasive. So there's no point of view from which you're looking. There's just the discovery of a field of already awake awareness that's arising as an effervescent aliveness. And just be curious from this awareness whether energy and vibration, sensation is interconnected, is made of, is arising as dancing emptiness. Just feel this spacious and pervasive field that's equally inside and out. So if awareness tries to find a point of view, just unhook into that field of awareness and feel where you're aware from when you're not aware from any point of view. From here, just include all feelings, thoughts, and parts of you, all while remaining open and primarily this feeling of awake space, energy, and compassionate calmness. So notice the feeling of where are you aware of the space in the room from? Where are you aware of your upper body from? You feel within your body. Feel a seamless field of awareness. It's able to be aware equally of inside and out, like one panoramic feeling, like an ocean that's arising as this wave that's equally aware inside and out, having dropped to be aware of your whole body equally. And just see whether you feel a sense of rest or non-striving, non-fear, non-worry, non-shame. On some dimension, even while other feelings can come and go and are welcome. Just, is there a dimension of this ground of being that feels a kind of okayness? It's here now. It includes everything all at once. Feeling of fully human and a feeling of something like the unborn or eternal. Or infinite. From which everything's arising and can naturally accept things the way they are without trying. Just see if that's so. Some okayness, ground quality of being, some open-heartedness from which you can see and feel. So, yeah, so just staying here, and now that's the recognition of the awareness, the realization that you're not only aware of the awake awareness, but you realize that you're aware from and as the awake awareness that's arising as this dancing field of energy, this ocean and wave of is more of the essential feeling of you, and then the abiding as the open-heartedness. And now see whether we can hear from a couple people who can stay home and see what it's like to speak from here without going up to think about what you're going to say. So this becomes the new getting the new operating system on board. It takes transitioning right from on the cushion to off the cushion, from glimpse to activity, lose it, go back, and then you're creating this new neuronal network that's in support of awakened consciousness, these new oiling the system to this new network of so we have somebody, I think we have Vanessa report.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is helpful, but I really got lost with this one. So maybe I can ask you a question about it later.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so is it hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah, read your
feel.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Feel this flow from the very large to the very small, and just
Yeah.
Also a certain flow in time, that both being present and being eternal. Sometimes as the flow passes back through my body, there's muscle tension or emotional tension that I don't identify with, but it certainly feels like sometimes there'll be a unhooking or just a contraction that I'm still noticing.
Yeah.
Not up in my head, but just in my bodily emotional system. There's still something in the way, passing between large and small and present and eternal. So that's something that feels like it's unwinding, but is still there.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good noticing. I think many people may identify, because the usual, sense is to go from small to a meditative experience and then to kind of come back to re-center in order to feel our body. So either leave our body or mindfully witness our body from outside, but as soon as we come back, it can pull us back into a feeling of contraction. So if our body is contracted already, which most people's are, because we're defending and holding and holding everything in, so going out, and then see whether you can just feel this kind of permeating. So let your body be tight and tense without following it into trying to make it better. Almost just let it be just to the way it is, and stay not just outside, but both space and energy inside and out, ocean and wave inside and out, kind of unconditionally love, which is basically unconditional love is there's no conditions. Your body can be just as it is, doesn't need to change. It just start to have a relationship with it from a different dimension, a different centerless center that's permeating and connecting to, whether it's your whole body or a part of your body that's tense. Just let it feel that kind of energy, that loving energy, and let it take its time to relate or unwind or unburden or just stay the way it is for a while. Yeah, that makes sense. So we'll try another report from, is it Dirk?
It's Dirk. That's
Dirk.
okay.
Okay.
I can relate to what Vanessa was saying, because I had it with a previous exercise, but this actually resonated better with me. The words I was thinking about is something unbound, like a surface between an ocean and a sky.
Yes.
And that's basically it.
Yes. Okay, beautiful. And we have, okay, try this one. So you can introduce yourself. Let's try, here we go. Is it Joseph?
Hey, yeah, it's Joseph. Yeah, for me, it felt like awareness is everything and everything is awareness.
Yeah.
It's like it's coming to and from itself in different flavors, and the way those flavors feel towards each other, it's like different feelings of warmth and light and love. It's yeah, it's funny.
Yeah. Starts to bring the humor up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the that's the thing is like when you say that, it's like if I just say that to somebody, like, awareness is just awareness and everything's arising as awareness, they're like, what are you talking about? But when you feel it, that's the feeling, right?
Yeah, it's weird languaging it. Because
Yeah.
it's indescribable. We like use language to describe flavor relating to flavor, but it's just the whole pot. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it's it's paradoxical, it's ineffable, it's indescribable, and yet the feeling is so real and so particular.
Mhm.
That's the thing. So how do you communicate it or point it out or teach it or show it to somebody? So just using imperfect initial map of language, and then use awareness to have people discover their own awareness, which is intelligent, and then let the being or the feeling happen, and then start to talk about it. But it's not so much about what you say, it's that you're talking. That's really the most important thing. In other words, eventually you're not going to have to talk about it, but you'll talk from it and stay home familiarizing while you're talking to your friends or talking to people at work or laughing or being serious about something you're doing, but you'll feel like you're speaking from the awareness that's aware of awareness that's coming into thoughts, that you're not going to a thinker to think about what you're saying. You're coming from this awareness that's arising as this body and this open-heartedness, which is just speaking in a way about any subject, but it's a whole nother. And if you were trying to describe it, you would say, oh, it's like I'm not in this thought-based, I'm in this awareness-based knowing, but everything's made of awareness. So it's like a dancing awareness that feels so different than the other. So we're playing with the imperfect languaging, but we're trying to just say, let's bring this out of, it can't be talked about. It can't be described accurately. It can't, words don't describe it. And yet let's find that which is beyond words, that words arise from, and then feel that, and then start to, like an impressionist painter, just throw some colors out there, whatever it sounds like to others. I'm feeling what you're saying, and others are getting a gist that there are others that are able to feel this and experience something that's different, and they're coming from a different place, which is really why it's important. It's not just a few Olympic athletes of meditation. The key is here that this is the new normal, that this awakened consciousness, just like the capacity to read is available to children and adults, the capacity to awaken and experience this natural dimension is available, learnable, teachable, livable. And when you discover it, how to do it for yourself based on certain principles, then the scientific conclusion is it's pretty good. So you got that going for you.
Thank you.
Right? Something like that, yeah. So, okay, good. Thank you, everyone. So yes, just to say that the key with this method is it's in some ways simple but not easy, that you're not going to get it until it gets you. That, you know, people like try this, try that, try that. No, 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 no. Oh, oh, whoa. Oh, well, why didn't you say that before? You know, so in some ways it's direct, and you know, if I give 10 people 10 doorways or glimpses, most people won't get 5. Some people only get 1 door, but that doesn't matter, because whatever door you go through, you end up in the same reality. So don't worry about not getting it. That I assume you won't get it until you get it, or it gets you is more like it, or it shows itself to itself. So so part of this is we'll just keep trying a different doorway. So let's try another doorway. So so again, the unique principle is that it's unlike most meditation practices. Most meditation practices, you're using your usual functional capacity. You're listening to a talk. You're using your attentional system to watch your breath, or your here we're decentering by having awareness move itself. So that's not even in a category of psychology, Western psychology, Western education, Western philosophy, even a lot of Eastern philosophy. It's in these direct path traditions of these people who kind of followed and reverse engineered some of this stuff that is more the gradual path. So it's more of an inquiry approach. And rather than looking from thinking down to your breath, awareness decenters and can be aware of your jaw from within, your throat from within, and your so I'm going to show you a little video. We're going to use a little screen share here. Show you how we're going to unhook and drop from head to heart space. Yeah. So here you go. I think it's going to work. Let's see. Okay. You ready? Here we go. So unhooking, and awareness drops from head to jaw to heart space, and then it can go within, and then can go out, come back in, recognize the awareness outside, and something like that. So that's a little bit of what we're going to do. So that's a visual. So it's not using your imagination, not using effort, not using attention. So you're not looking down to your heart space. You're not stretching awareness down. You're not going down and then having to check back up. Am I aware? Am I aware from down here? I'm not sure. Let me go check. The knowing is in the field of awareness. and it can know your body directly from within, and it can know from more of your heart mind than your head mind. So I'll do one more. Let's see if this is. So the method is a simple shift of. But what is the heart? The heart that we're shifting into is a is not your emotional heart. It's not your emotional heart. It's not your physical heart. It's not your heart chakra. It's not the cave of your heart. It's not your, it's this heart mind in the middle that touches your emotional heart, touches your physical heart, touches your heart chakra, touches the cave of your heart. So it's like a heart mind, it's a heart door. Yeah. So let's try that. So again, this is unique, but I've had many people. I had one guy try this. His friend had gotten it and changed his life, and so he was determined. He tried every day for 9 months to try the exercises, to listen to it, to go through my books. He wasn't getting it. Then after 9 months of like literally every day, finally one worked, and he was just delighted because it's just not like anything else. It changes completely. And then he said to me, he said, well, why don't you just tell everyone it's easy? Because once I realized that it was easy, so it's not easy until it's easy. So keep playing with this, try these different doors, and pretty much it's available like reading is. It's just a matter of which door is right for you. So here we go. So again, finding that felt sense of where you're listening from, where you're thinking from, where you're locating, looking at things, hearing. Find that manager, thank it for all its hard work. And then I'm inviting awareness to unhook from the manager, from the small self, from thinking, and drop down. So the awareness decenters and can become aware from a new location. Yeah, so you don't know how to do it and you can't do it, but you can do it. Not you, the real you. So let's give it a try. So just feel that sense of normal, trying to think, understand what I'm saying, and then somehow awareness, which is identified with thinking, which is actually the essence of thinking, can separate out and step back. And then feel as if this awareness moves itself. So it drops to be aware of your smile and your jaw directly from within. And then feel as if you're not doing it, but awareness drops to be aware of your throat from within your throat. So feel the space, the aliveness, the direct perception. So the subject and object is feeling your throat from within your throat. So you don't need to check with thought to feel. And then feel as if awareness drops below your neck into your upper body. And just feel the relief of decentering and feeling as if awareness is aware of the atoms, the space within the atoms, the aliveness, space, effervescence, awareness itself. And then feel as if awareness can drop below and behind the emotional heart into this heart space. So just drop deeper, subtler, decentering, as if you have no center above your shoulders. There's just space above your shoulders, space all around. And the new felt sense is this doorway, this heart mind, this heart space that you can feel is like a living stream, or as if the awareness can go to the subtlest dimension of consciousness beyond conditioning into this space within the atoms, and which opens up to the universal heart. So you may feel an opening or just a deep, so deep that the microcosm becomes the macrocosm, or a feeling of a opening to the infinite boundless heart. And just stay home in the heart and let any information or files come from the office of your head by Wi-Fi. So you can feel as if you're aware of your heart space from your heart space. As if you can look out of the eyes of your heart and stay home. And one little gentle support some people find helpful is whether you do it with your hands or just with your energy. It's almost like to prevent the magnetic rebound back up to the head. It's almost like you're feeling like you're just gently supporting a balloon in water. So just the top of the heart space is just saying, stay, stay, and then let go and let be. Let that dissolve into the field of open-hearted awareness, which is now where you're aware from. So just notice that feeling of okayness and well-being. What is it like to be alert, feel your body from within, and be spacious without orienting to thought? What's this heart knowing, this not knowing that knows? It's non-judgmental and yet has a discriminating wisdom if needed. If you feel both local and non-local, spacious, universal, open, interconnected field of your heart, and then just feel what it's like for some of you if you just let your phone number arise to your heart mind. And then let it go. Back to this resting and including of all parts. So from this spacious, universal heart, this heart-mind feel your tender heart and welcome all parts of you while remaining open. Feel that capacity that has the capacity to be with whatever arises, like an ocean that could never be hurt, like a sky in which no storm could ever hurt the sky, and yet allows weather and complete human aliveness without contracting or identifying or getting on the train or collapsing into that. Just let it shake and bake. Let the feeling be as tight or as emotional, and with that greater capacity, greater space, just welcoming from a naturally wise, compassionate heart space. So what do you notice from here? You have a staying home again. So the next practice now, that's a recognition, realization, abiding, and now expressing. This is the real practice of the advanced practice, which is once you realize and abide, you begin to express without going back to thought. Keep the office of the head going Wi-Fi down to the heart space, which now is interconnected heart, and speak, trusting implicit memory, as if everything's been poured back into the field of awareness that has your back. And just start to see through the eyes of the heart, feel interconnected, and speak about what's here, what's real, what's true from the heart's view. So we'll try Constantine.
Hi, Locke. It's Constantine from Sydney.
Hey, Constantine.
I sometimes, and it happened just then, feel, as I've been doing these amazing practices, that I get like a shock pushes me out, throws me out.
Oh,
Get this sort of like a Kundalini spike or something. I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, so that's some of the life force energy that's held in, and it will start to release and start to be part of the aliveness that's often been held in and repressed. And so, just gentle, don't push the river in this approach, but don't let it scare you away as if something's wrong, and don't push it as if it needs to happen more. And it'll kind of, the intelligence often will let it unwind on its own. And if you need to go back, and if it's too much, you can just go back to the old system and hold it in for a while, and then titrate it a little.
I do find, even though there seems to be some kind of contraction shock, if you like, that I do get a release, even though that's the case afterwards. It's almost like my state of being shifts immediately. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, so that, so that, again, it's a, the system one is going to be shocked by this whole thing, right? Because it doesn't even know there is anything else. So it's like, what's this? Because it's been categorizing, this is what's dangerous, this is what's possible, and then it's like, whoa. So there's almost some of that kind of almost like a small Kundalini awakening to like fullness of life. So thank you. How about Lillian?
Yes, hi Locke, thank you. So I'm noticing today that as I engage each practice, almost feels like my consciousness ends up being kind of like a balloon without an anchor in the wind. It's just moving around really, really fast. And then the awareness almost like I don't know, it like disappears or becomes vapor-like, or it goes numb or something. And it just keeps happening. Like the more I do the exercises, the more this is happening. And when it's not happening, I feel sleepy. So I keep going
Right.
back and forth between this like like unaware sort of like movement of consciousness
Mm-hmm.
to
Yeah.
sleepy and back.
The sleepiness. Yeah. So like when you were dropping into your body just then, you
Mm.
felt like you were kind of taken away.
Yeah, I feel like even talking to you right now, I feel like I don't know, almost, I hate to use the word dissociated because it's not
Yeah.
quite like that, but my awareness is almost like ephemeral or something. And then my consciousness, even as I'm speaking to you right now, is
Mm-hmm.
like, it's everywhere,
Yeah.
like dashing around kind of.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. So, I mean, often I don't start with these, but I just put out a video that I do start with this, but why don't we just everyone do this and you can do it and stay on if you like. So we're just going to do a little deeper 3-part breath into the belly, middle section and upper, and then breathe out a little slower through your mouth. Feel your body. And this time again, breathing in 3-part breath through your nose. And then as you breathe out, just hum this time. And one more time, as you breathe in, let your eyes look up and smile. And as you breathe out, just let out a sigh. And each of those series, you can do like 3 of each to kind of move you from sympathetic fight or flight, or which can feel like scattered or dissociated or distracted, to your ventral vagal system, which is a little calmer and full-bodied. And then, since everyone hasn't been getting as many hugs, why don't we all just give yourself a hug and close your eyes and just feel that sense of touch. Breathing in again and breathe out through your mouth. And then the last one is just take your hand and like put it like you'd put your hand on the head of a baby. You're both kind of sending some energy like chi or reiki, and you're also just holding your head like a supportive primal physical support. And again, then maybe stretch a little. Take another breath. And then just feel like your breath can be full and even and natural. Just let your breath happen by itself. And then just notice your awareness is happening by itself. Yeah? What did you notice? Anything? If you're still there, you may not be there. Okay, she may have left.
No, I'm here.
Oh, you're there.
I was muted. I didn't know how to unmute.
Okay.
It hit the spot. I think there was actually something active inside that I wasn't really sure how to ground. And I feel very much just in my heart.
Oh, good.
Like, landed in my heart center, and
beautiful.
It feels it feels like kind of like coming home.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, I mean, I try to go through the doors, and this is more the kinesthetic door that some people, all of them are important to touch hearing, seeing, tasting, touching, outer, inner, connected, and embodied. So those are little practices. I think I'll do a video of them for YouTube for next week sometime, that goes through those, which start with this more kinesthetic, and then you can go to a glimpse afterwards. Because in some ways, the shamatha practices, peaceful abiding, calm abiding, uses a one-pointed attention, but ultimately they're trying to get out of the sympathetic nervous system into more ventral vagal, which is calm but alert. And so the breath, which yoga uses, and some qigong, is also a very good beginning to ground and embody, especially if you feel scattered or distracted. And then just continue to do a glimpse from there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Glad you feel in your heart.
Mm.
So we have one more, Lillian.
I think that's still me.
That's still you. Okay, good. Okay. How about Glenn? The Glenn? Can't read that so much. Just unmuted you. Soberman? Glenn Soberman? Are you? Oh, maybe you left. Okay. Let's see what happened here. Oh, here's some more hands here. Try one more time. Oh, Glenn, are you there? Glenn? There you are.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a little low. Yeah.
Is that better?
Oh yeah, that's better.
Yeah. So I'm here.
That's good. Yeah. Anyone else?
I mean, I just feel present. I mean, that's really what it is, you know. I just feel present, and the last exercise could say felt a little bit more warmth in the heart, kind of, you know, that kind of compassion coming through. But just I'm here, you know. Just feels good to be fully here, not up here, but kind of here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And just feels quiet, calm, alive, connected, still, nothing going on, not a lot of noise up here, you know, unless I want to go there. Just I'm here. So it's like you said, it's maybe not easy, but when you're there, it feels easy and simple. It's just like almost like ordinary consciousness, right? Just here I am.
Yeah, I mean, and then I mean the key distinction in called ordinary mind, but is it the calm you, like calm ego, or is it actually or is it kind of the unveiled,
right,
already calm, always calm, you know, ordinary,
right,
like, whew.
Right, yeah.
So that's the little
distinction
to check.
Right.
But
right.
thank you. You sound good.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's see. So I was thinking we would have a little time to, so we did these 3 exercises, yeah? What's here now when there's no problem to solve? Shifting from thinking to seeing to hearing to boundless awareness, and then realizing we are the boundless awareness that's arising as this field of dancing emptiness that's equally inside and out, and feel as if we're aware from a more spacious embodied flow like ocean and wave, and then feel a sense of evenness and safety and okayness in this ground. And then we did the dropping from head to heart space. being aware from this boundless heart, interconnected. And so that feeling, of being able to move yourself, of awareness being able to move itself is the key there. So why don't we spend, looks like we're going to have groups of 4, so 4 or 5. So just to say hello before lunch. So we'll just, why don't you each take like 3 minutes each just to say hello, introduce yourself in your little group, and then say something about one of the practices, or just the first minute, just do what's here now when there's no problem to solve, and then speak from there. Yeah, how's that sound? So just as you all greet each other, then just sit for 1 minute and then speak for 3 minutes. And then we will, and then we'll go to lunch. So, and come back at, so Glenn will tell you, so 3 minutes, like 15 minutes of talk. So we'll be, by the time you do the exercise, it'll be 1:15, and we'll come back in 45 minutes after that. So it'll be like an hour and 5 minutes from now, at 2 o'clock Eastern time. So an hour and 5 minutes from now. So you'll be there for about 15 minutes. Glenn will say when your time's up. People want to leave for lunch, 45 minutes. And then just to say, the last thing is, during the 45 minutes, the chat room is going to be open if you want to type some questions, topics that you want covered, anything that you want me to address in the second half. Yeah. So Glenn will now assign you to a chat room. So just all sit, say hello to each other, then sit and do what's here now when there's no problem to solve, and then speak from there about that experience or another, 3 minutes each. And Glenn will kind of periodically send little messages about time. Okay, Glenn? Second part of now. We had the now before, now we have this now. And it's a good place to start. So we'll do a couple of exercises, glimpses. And then have a chance to share a little bit more with each other. Hope you enjoyed your lunch and a chance to chat with a few of these wonderful people, who many of them I know well. And it's great when you get to meet each other and share. It's really like I really like the opportunity of people being honest about their fullness of their humanity, which includes what we feel and what we struggle with, but also our awake nature. And I think that it's time to include everything, not just trying to be falsely, as if it's humble or falsely, it's actually falsely humble not to acknowledge the awake nature and the glimpses that we have and our unfolding process of awakening. So when you get a chance to share, some of the opportunity to talk from the expression of awake awareness and open-hearted awareness, when you get a chance to talk with each other, it's just being honest, just like, yeah, I experienced this vast openness that felt loving, and I was looking out of the eyes of my heart, and that's reality. And so acknowledging it, bringing it out of the closet, right, bringing it into part of us. It doesn't mean it's either or. That's the key. Some people get caught in I'm awake or not awake, and then they have an initial awakening and they think they stay in that, but there's an always awakeness and always unfolding is the premise, which means that whether we recognize it or not, the hypothesis is we are already naturally awake. We have this basic goodness. We have this essential bodhicitta, open-hearted awareness that is our essential nature, and then it's covered over by the stronger patterns of consciousness. And yet the stronger patterns, the relative reality and the ultimate reality are not two. Yeah. So this is the dance that we're really involved in here. Is not just making this a meditation state or even a high or a trip or a spiritual bypass or an experience of transcendence and then having to come back to a small sense of self, or not just meditating to calm the ego and be less stressful, but literally the play of consciousness that takes a little balancing, like balancing on a bicycle, is recognizing the subtler, wider, deeper, higher, more invisible, yet awake nature that arises as energy and comes into form. And to realize that's not two things, that the awareness and the form is not two, that form is emptiness. And we have to remember the second part of that. Emptiness is form. And then this unity, yeah, which in many ways is what the word, someone asked about emptiness. Emptiness, can mean the absence of a separate sense of anything. So it has an absence quality, like empty of separateness. But what that actually means is that everything is interdependent or interconnected. Because there's not separate things, empty, the root word svi, S-V-I, for shunyata, is the metaphor is often the invisible life force within a seed that helps it grow into a tree. Yeah, so the invisible life force in a seed that helps it grow into a tree. So it's that invisible, but it comes from invisible into energy and then to form. And then there's an interconnectedness. So that unity of formless and form, infinite and finite, and not the either or. Awake from small self and then back to small self, and not creating a halfway mindful witness or a detached pure awareness kind of cul-de-sac where we can get caught halfway with thoughts, feelings, and sensations coming and going. That's what I call getting caught in the witness protection program, if you stop halfway. So what we're going to play with a little bit is that whether we drop within or open up and come back, we're navigating from everyday mind to subtle mind or subtle body, and then awake awareness, as pure awareness. And then the key movement in the integration, in the dance, is as that awareness, being aware of the awareness, and then realizing we're aware from the awareness, and then curiously feeling whether energy, sensation, thought, vibration is made of awareness, so that there's not two things going on. So awareness is the ground, awake awareness, and it arises as this dynamic field from space and energy to form. And the key is that the feeling is the intelligence is more felt as coming from space rather than from the thought that is an energetic pattern that's a particular pattern. So that feeling that the ground consciousness, intelligence, is prior to thought, like in a baby, then develops into a learned capability. In Buddhism, thinking is considered the sixth sense. So I think, therefore I am makes as much sense as I hear, therefore I am. Some people might say I smell, therefore I am. I don't know that. That may be because we've been in our apartments too long, but no, that's not it. But it's more about not that that's a sense and that's a function. So thinking is a function. The thinker is a function. The ego is a function. And when the ego or the thinker or the small self tries to, we believe that we are that, or that's the center, or then the ego function becomes an ego identity. And all we're doing is we're not killing the ego, we're not fighting the ego, we're just returning it to its natural condition. We're returning thinking to its natural condition, returning seeing to its natural condition, equal rights for all senses. And then the new discovery is, as an adult, not just in a child, that there's an awareness-based knowing that's primary. That there's a ability to feel that, to tease that out, to disidentify or detach, but that which detaches and disidentifies is not you, is not the meditator, is not the doer. It's that awake awareness is not passive. It has intentionality. It can move, and it can be primary, and then it becomes where you move from, where you choose from, where you walk from. So it's like a figure ground shift as a small glimpse. So something like this metaphor of what a glimpse is. You all may know this, right? So if we just keep looking at objects, okay, there's a chalice, there's a cup, there's a glass, there's a cup, there's a chalice, there's a glass, right? Just keep focusing on that. And then glimpse, did you ever notice there's two faces in white that are facing each other with a black background? Can you shift your perception from object to background, foreground to background? And then interestingly, in art, that white space is called negative space. So, so we like artists and we like art, but what if that were actually positive space? What if the space that we shift into is actually where the positive where the intelligence is. So the intelligence isn't in information, being smarter, being more in control, being right, being fast, being successful, being agile, but in an equally effortless awareness that's wisdom mind. That then arises as sensation and thoughts, so that thoughts are no longer a problem. So you don't need to get rid of thoughts. As soon as awareness recognizes thoughts are made of awareness, it's just they become like mental sensations. They're just energy going on. And the primacy of the awareness-based knowing is like you may have, some people remember as a child feeling this way, or as an adult doing whatever your favorite activity is for fun. You enter what's called flow consciousness, or you're in the zone. You go walking in nature and you step into the woods and you drop, connect. You walk and move, and you're not self-referencing, and you can do many other activities. Many people who have done 10,000 hours of anything go into a flow consciousness, which is non-egoic centered, interconnected, time slows down, feels like it, and you're optimally functioning. So this is similar to awake consciousness. And people who ask questions, can you do this in highly complex activities? So that's actually what happens, is you start to, once it kind of gets online, it's kind of a flow, becomes easier and easier to do. At first, the more difficult tasks, the more emotional tasks will contract you back. So that's why we practice these little movements, yeah, of shifting. So the key is to find your own way. Some people are asking, find whichever doors work for you. You don't, all of them don't have to work for you. Find the ones that are best and feel the principle of what it is, that there's identification, then there's a decentering, and then there's a discovery, and then a reorientation from that new not knowing that knows, that non-thought-based, wordless, invisible awareness that's just here while everything else is moving, but it doesn't have to concentrate to be alert. It doesn't have to use one-pointed attention to focus. It focuses from this field of awareness to any one task or object from a more spacious and pervasive mind that's equally inside and out. So that's just saying it again, and now we'll practice that. Yeah. So let's start with let's start with A. Yeah, so these glimpses you can do open eyes or closed eyes, whichever you like. But this one we're going to do an open-eyed practice. And because this is one of the keys, is that living an awake life, most of your life, your eyes are open. So our eyes tend to be very connected to our grasping mind. And they pinpoint, and that small sense of self is trying to be safe by grabbing and looking quickly, yeah? Whereas our ears tend to be more relaxed and more naturally hooked up. So if you hear a sound like this bell, it feels like sound is coming from outside, traveling through space and coming to your eardrums, yeah? So it feels like hearing is receiving on some, if you really feel, you can feel it coming from outside to you, you can locate it, yeah? But if I hold up something like a flower and say, look at this, say, look at this, say, look at this, notice how it's almost like you're going out, like your hand to grasp. So hearing is receiving, but looking tends to be, I am aware of the flower. Yeah? So you are aware of the flower. And you. So what if you were to allow your awareness to move from the flower to the space between you and the screen, then to your space between your eyes, and then move back to the space behind your back. So if you're doing anything, you're resting your awareness back as if you're headless, as if you were looking at the flower, and now you're turning your awareness around and feeling back through to the space above your neck. And as you rest back as that space, notice there's a natural connection forward. And then notice that you can also have this kind of pinpointed view of from pinpoint to circular view, and how light reflects off of objects and comes to your eyes. So seeing is also receiving on a biological level. Hearing is receiving, sound travels through the air, light reflects off of objects and comes to your eyes. So just rest back, open up, and now we're just going to move awareness around from this pinpointed, grasping mind. We've rested it back. Let your eyes be soft and resting. And now simply let awareness begin to move itself to the sides. So your eyes are not moving, even though peripheral vision starts to open. As you get further without straining, just look above the screen, breathe and smile. And then feel the awareness continue around, letting go of seeing, so the awareness can feel the space the side of your body in which sound is coming and going. And then somehow notice how awareness can open behind you to feel the awareness that has your back. So that there's this opening of this view. Feel as if you're feeling out in all directions, so that the center is now outside. The center is stretched. The local awareness has opened to discover an open view, an open mind, open heart. Just feel what that's like for awareness to be aware of itself without your help. Just to tune into that awareness and just be curious without thinking about it. Are you aware of that awareness, or is there an awareness that's already effortlessly aware? And then feel, where are you aware from? Are you aware of the spacious awareness, or what's it like when you're aware from that spacious awareness that's equally spacious and pervasive? Because if you've opened that point of view and now feel this ocean of awareness that is aware of your body from within and aware of the space all around simultaneously without effort. And feel as if you've dropped from head to heart space as a contact, as if your whole body is alive as part of this wave. Awareness is aware from within. And then just notice the awareness that's aware, whether it's just alert and just curious whether the first vibration, sensation, movement is moving through awareness, or if it's arising as awareness. Just curiously play with both, just to see whether what it's like from awareness that's equally inside and out, whether there's a feeling that there's not two things, that the awareness and vibration, the emptiness and the interconnectedness is the same. See if there's a unity, simultaneous stillness, open-heartedness, and aliveness. And then just scan through your body from top to bottom to see whether there needs to be a manager created, a center of self, in order to be aware and responsive. And upon not finding one, just let go and let be into this interconnected, loving, open-hearted awareness. With eyes open, receiving light, soft, equal senses, and even feeling a connection, so that when you see something, you're not grasping it. On one level, you're receiving it, but on another level, from the eyes of the heart, everything's arising in consciousness. Including your body. So this is the emptiness dancing. This is the awakened consciousness, simultaneous mind that liberates thinking upon arising, because the awareness is primary and the capacity of the open-heartedness can be with whatever arises and just see whether whatever arises is made of that basic goodness or okayness or open-hearted awareness. See what you feel. So just taking a little deeper breath. And as you breathe out, just let out a sigh. So you feel dropped and home and open. And just not reforming the small point of view, the center. Feel like you can remain open mind, open heart, spacious, pervasive, dropped, open, inclusive, welcoming of all feelings, emotions, parts, from a loving presence. So staying home, the next part is speaking from here. Again, it's no words can describe, but imperfectly starting to the stabilizing elements are that you're aware from a non-thought based clarity, that you're decentered, that their awareness is equally aware of inside and out seamlessly. That there's a sense of having dropped to either be equally aware of your whole body from within as a wave, or more from heart mind, or maybe from your dantian or hara, your gut brain. And then to feel like the office of your head is poured back into the field, or you don't have to go up to the office to speak or to live, that it's Wi-Fi to the field, and speech comes from this greater mind, this nature mind, source of mind, heart mind. So learning to speak about what's here, what's this like, what's the view, what's absent, what's more present. Anyone want to share? Speaking from here, we have Stephen. Stephen?
I'm here.
Okay.
Hi, Lot. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thanks.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I'm well.
So, I'm, and this has been kind of melted in from earlier.
Yeah.
I feel young,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And, like I'm in a new neighborhood,
Yeah.
And things, I don't really know everything that I think I do, is how I feel. And, it's kind of exciting.
Yes.
There's a sense of, I'm having a sense of wonder and curiosity.
Yeah, beautiful.
And that, I'm seeing things in different ways, from things are appearing to me a little different.
Yeah.
And it reminds me of, the experience of, being like moving to a new house as a young kid. And it's the first adventure in the neighborhood to some degree. And, I've been walking around and seeing new things, and, it's like, oh, there's a dog, I know that. And then there's a new tree I haven't seen before. And I gotta have chills right now. And, but I know where my house is.
Yeah.
I can go back to my house anytime I want. And at some level, if I want to go back there, I can, but it's good to be out here.
Yeah. Beautiful.
And yeah, I'm not, I try to stay out here as much as possible. But every time I go out, it seems like I get to a new neighborhood, and it's different. It's it's not like, oh, I'm out here now and everything is the way it's always supposed to be. It's a little new and curious, and kind of exciting, but I'm not afraid.
Beautiful.
Thanks.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah. A number of people were asking about, saying that it was like when they were a child, some kind of childlike innocence, or that saying from the New Testament, become like a child. Or I know one of the feelings I had and hear often from people is I feel like a child on the first day of summer vacation. So there's some kind of wonder and curiosity and potential and like freedom, and like, oh yeah, what are we going to do? I don't really care, but it's all okay. And there's nothing the should and the have to and the must. That driver has relaxed, and there's still some life to be lived.
Yeah. And I don't know what's coming down the road, and it's okay.
Right. Yes, that's right. Yeah. So being in the now, in a sense of what that truly is, because you're resourcing from this, which is more capable of dealing with whatever it is that is coming down the road. So it's not denying it. It's not regressing to a child. It's actually the wise one that feels both ancient and young, that has capacity for whatever should happen. Nobody knows, right? So
yes.
Thanks so much, Stephen. Great to hear you. So we have, is it Andrew? Am I unmuting? Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. I just want to say your pointing out instructions are just so clear and concise. But originally, when I stumbled upon you and your teachings, I was listening to chapter 6 on the audiobook and just going through it a couple times, and I get to a place where at least there's sort of as you described, sort of the awake awareness around you. You stop thinking, and I get up and be able to maintain that for short periods of time. It was getting longer and longer.
Yeah.
But now I don't seem to be able to. It just doesn't seem to be as.
Right.
The ability to maintain it off when I get up is not as strong, and also I'm not quite understanding the part I can't speak it, but I can understand it, where you feel the arising of your body from awake awareness. You sort of, I can feel that.
Yeah.
But then I can't get to the next step that you talk about, where it's heart awareness. Not sure what that means.
Yeah. I mean, I think for the first, to be aware, to have that awareness from awake awareness, then the second part is to really get that, how did you put it, that your body is arising from awake awareness. Yeah. So there's a awareness energy or awareness. It's called awareness appearance, or emptiness appearance, or emptiness bliss, or emptiness emptiness clarity, compassion. So that we're going to work on a little of that because it's that's the movement from on the cushion meditation to stabilizing, is when awareness realizes that not only energy but thought is made of awareness. What happens is awareness is so smart, you're giving the baton to awareness, even when thought arises, that awareness starts saying like, oh, I see you. Oh, you're a thought. Okay, I see. You're okay. You're trying to like, and it's like, well, thanks for sharing. And it just like doesn't get on the train because it realizes there's no problem with thought, and thought doesn't have anything extra by merging with it. So it starts to be freed up because there's not two things going on. That awareness is the source of thought. It arises in it. What about this? What about that? What about this? It's like, but awareness doesn't lose its centrality, so that it feels like a loving mother, or like a unity consciousness, or like a, all right, that's all right, sweetheart. You think there's monsters under the bed? Let's go look. Let's go take a look. I'm here. Let's go. I'm not going to resist
that's
you.
the heart awareness. Is that what
that
when you get
starts to go from the pure awareness to what I would call non-dual embodiment. So in a number of the way non-dual is used kind of in two ways these days. One way it's used is non-duality is there's dualistic mind, and then pure awareness is non-dual or not dualistic, so non-dual. So that's more the Advaita or Neo-Advaita style. And the more Buddhist way is that the pure awareness is none other than the dog barking, is none other than the form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form, is the non-dual realization. Oh, wait a minute. Emptiness is form. They're not two. So it's called two truths. Relative, ultimate reality, and relative are not two. And the feeling of that can only be done from having separated out awake awareness. And then awake awareness can feel what is a thought, what is a movement, what is a sensation, and it will feel it. It'll feel it, it'll join it, it'll just arise naturally. So that's something that can happen naturally, or we can we'll play with that a little bit. And then with that as the foundation, there's a kind of ground of being safety quality. And then once there's safety, there's more ability for love to arise, natural loving qualities. Whereas, so that's the direction for many people. Some people immediately get love. They'll just immediately get the love, and so we'll play with that a little bit. So it's okay. Thank you. So we'll try another one. Is it? Starts with an L. Unmute. Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
So one of the things I'm very grateful to the coronavirus for is that this is my first exposure to you, and I wouldn't have found you if it wasn't for this.
Wow.
And I want to thank you for your clarity. I have a question. I've been noticing that when earlier today with the inner and the outer, that in order to know there is an inner and an outer, I have to visualize an edge somewhere. So there's a cross between the tactile and the visual. And as you were just doing seeing and hearing, hearing is less grippy, but there's a sense that as these boundaries start, like thought is the most grippy and sight is the second most.
Yes, that's right.
And hearing is the third in my case.
Okay.
But actually, there was a piece of book learning I noticed that I remembered that we're all synesthetes. In fact, it separates out at the cortical level, but at the thalamic level, all of these senses are really undifferentiated.
Yes, that's right.
And is that more like what you're talking about, the natural state? Because the more I relax, as you're asking us to do, the more they seem to start to blend.
Yeah.
So that's the question.
Yeah, what happens is in the transition, there's a blending. It's almost like they're each held by this small self in a certain way that actually imagination holds them. Like if you were to feel your hand, you tend to imagine the way your hand feels. So it feels like it has a boundary.
Right.
But if you actually let awareness drop down directly inside your hand, there's no boundary.
Right.
So they blend. So the transition can be what I call trippy. Yeah. So people who take hallucinogens, you know, my friend Ram Dass, who's passed away recently, used to say psychedelics are a good window, but not a good door. But there's some way that when you let go, you either go to this pure awareness or you get a kind of a dissolving of synesthesia, and then it comes back to very clear, almost like three-dimensional, but your mind is not projecting onto anything. So everything's like a perfect, it's like lit up from within, but it's like a perfect still life painting, you know, with aliveness in it. So everything becomes very clean.
Can you say a little more about that?
It feels energetically connected, but it looks, all the senses are very precise. Like you're hearing beautiful music and you hear each note like a bell, like a clear bell, like, wow, because you're not associating that thought with that sound, with the music that you remember another, you know, somebody else played that, or you're going from the violin to the cello to the, you're just like, just becomes like clean. Now, so that's transition can be synesthesia, but I'll say something else to a couple people asked this question that may or may not relate. But people who are more subtle body energy types, there were a couple questions. I don't know if this is related or not, but I'll just, you can feel like you pick up other people's energy. And so you have to create a boundary so you don't take on other people's stuff if you walk into a room or somebody else is upset. Is that some experience of yours? Do you have that?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Yeah. So for that group of people, I mean, everyone to some degree is picking stuff up. Some people are, you know, highly sensitive or more subtle body energy. Instead of defending against it, you let it go through you. So when you become porous, you can feel it, but it's like gossamer curtains. It doesn't stick like a hot potato. Someone's not throwing it to you, or you're not just in this small body taking on energy from other people's energy. It goes, when you drop into this field of awareness energy, it'll go right through you and you'll feel like you're not holding anything, it's not yours. And you go from what's called empathy to compassion. In other words, there's a study by Tanya Singer who did this study that many empaths end up in empathetic distress and burnout.
Mm-hmm.
So there is another category which requires this compassion with a big C, not just trying to be compassionate. Most empaths are at least small c compassionate, but it's allowing to find this natural compassion that is like a embracing, energetic field that's mostly space, and then everything kind of becomes safe and clean and clear.
That's beautiful. I just want to ask with regard to seeing, I used to practice driving down the street, having things flow through me.
Yes.
And is it the same thing you're talking about of having, because it's easy to hear sounds flow through you.
That's right.
But for sight, there, as you say, it's so grasping and three-dimensional.
Yes.
So I used to practice like in a video game, just watching the whole thing. I was still and the road was moving.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, you can, you can play with that. You don't want to play with it too much. Driving. I won't recommend that as a practice, but yes, you can feel like if you walk in a room, you can feel, is the room moving through me or am I moving through the room? And you can start to, but it's a lot of that is about just letting go of the conditioning as a transition, and then everything comes into a kind of interconnected, safe feel, like everything seems friendly. That's like, oh, everything's friendly. There's no threat to energy or somebody's upset. It's like, oh, like compassion just go, oh, they're so upset, but they're using my name in front of it. You, you're like, oh my goodness, that person's, it starts to be less personal and more like, whoa, there's a lot of energy here. And then you can be taken into this response to respond to the person, or just say, look, I'll talk to you later, wait till whatever, you'll just, an intelligence will come. So thank you for that question, because it brought up a couple other questions people had written. So
thank you, that's beautiful.
Glad you asked that question. So I have one more, and then I'm going to do another exercise. Unmuting of, hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Mark.
Yes.
Yeah. So I was
yeah.
About my experience,
Yeah.
which is that it's like a silence and a sense of peace.
Yes.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
And, I can feel my sensations in my body, but they're almost laid onto the silence and the peace, the ground of that.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, so it's not just like a silence or a stillness that's absence, but it's like this little effervescent aliveness that, like an atom, has mostly space.
Yeah, yeah, and there's no boundary.
And there's no boundary. Yeah.
There's just sensations in space.
Yes, just sensations in space. And so the key about the multidimensional is that can sound like if someone were just tuning into this, like, yes, there's just there's no boundary, and there's just, it's like, it's, and simultaneously there is a body and there is subject and object.
Yeah, and I have opinions and
have opinions.
I know who I am, and but I can also feel this at the same time.
That's it. So it's not an either or. It's not some people, make it like, oh, I have no ego, or there's no self, or, as if you're in, transcendent or non-human, but it's more fully human. It's just this other dimension that relieves that small sense of self that's trying to defend and protect and organize and control and analyze and keep tight, keep contracted. Yeah. And it's that release, that freedom, that interconnection. Yeah. You get a sense of safety and well-being or love.
The love comes and goes.
Yeah.
I think I'm one of those people who feels like I have to shut down in order to do myself.
Yeah. So just, I can feel you're right there. So just let it's almost like the image I've been using lately is like, sitting in a glade and just wait for the deer to come out of the forest. Just wait for the, just be curious about bliss or love or joy, or, you're not going to know what flavor it's going to come, but you're in the peace, and the peace has this liveliness. So just start to feel, what is its fabric? What is its flavor? What is its relationship to everything? And let it show itself. Don't, try to create it or defend against it.
Yeah.
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 Let me know how it goes.
I will.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. So let's do a emotion, work with this emotion. So I'll do this one, which I think has been very helpful. You'll have the recording of this, and then I also made a YouTube video of this meditation, which I call Welcoming and Liberating Fear. So it's a good practice for this time. It's, a way of going from identification to stepping back to being fearful, to feeling fear, to being aware of a part that's fearful, to being the awareness itself. And then we'll see where we go from there. But the idea is that we're going to see that when we feel this non-dual relationship from this vast interconnected field of awareness, we're not caught in the part that can take over. If fear or anxiety or worry takes over, it's like you're possessed. It's like taking over your mind, your emotions. Then it takes over your sympathetic nervous system. Fight or flight starts. Cortisol in your brain, adrenaline in your muscles, and it keeps reinforcing itself. Yeah, so that's real identification. Then you might kind of repress it or defend against it and create a part of you that says, I'm not going to be afraid, or I'm going to be in control, or I'm going to do positive things. And then that becomes a kind of mental manager that in some ways, makes things very like, like uptight, and, starts to be a little controlling and judgmental. So neither of those is a solution. To let yourself in difficult times just let your emotions real by themselves, although you do need to feel them and share them with others. That's important. And then you do need to get yourself together to do certain things. But this way, we're going to take it as an opportunity when you feel blended with these emotions to ask for some space, to find some space, step back, and then step in. And what's stepping back and what's stepping in is not you. It's not a mindful witness. It's not a psychologically compassionate self. It's not a self-like part. It's not a meditator. It's not a spiritual ego. It's the awareness itself. It's this awake consciousness that has no location, and that is the essential dimension of who you are. So we're going to do this in a shorter version, but asking you to, maybe we'll start with that 3-part breath, and just to settle you in. Yeah. So first thing we do is just breathing in the belly, expanding your lungs, and then up to the top of your rib cage. And then breathing out of your mouth a little slower. And again, letting your belly fill, rib cage, up to your collarbone. And then this time, hum. And this time, as you breathe in, look above your screen and smile as you breathe in. And then as you breathe out, just let out a sigh. Just settle in. And so we're going to go through 15 to 30 seconds of feeling something purely, directly, and completely. So just noticing in or around your body, if you can find some part of you or some area that feels fear or anxiety. Perhaps it's just something left over from this week. Perhaps it's something that's been here with you regularly. So just feel as if you're completely identified with this feeling by saying to yourself silently, I am afraid. And let yourself feel what it's like when your whole body is afraid, when you're identified and feeling, I am afraid. And then just making a small shift as you silently say to yourself, I feel fear. Just stepping back a little bit, I feel fear. Notice the change. Stay with the experience for another few seconds. And then again, shift, silently saying to yourself, I am aware of feeling fear. I am aware of feeling fear. Just stay with this for another few seconds, feeling it completely, the shift, the change. And then feeling again, silently to yourself, I am aware of a part of me that feels fear. And feel that location of that part as you say, I am aware of feeling part of me that feels fear. And then shift out, ask that part for some space, and open up into this pure, boundless awareness. So being the awareness itself, rest as the awareness. And then as this awareness, saying to yourself and feeling, fear is welcome. And include the feel of awareness arising as energy. As awareness, fear is welcome. Feel the inclusion and the field, the vast capacity of the awareness arising as energy that includes fear. Fear is welcome. And now even saying silently, awareness and fear are not two. awareness and fear are not separate. So letting this sense of that's been resisted or escaped from or repressed be welcome just to relax and to be liberated, to move through in this vast sky and ocean of awareness. Let whatever's been held move and feel this open-hearted awareness that includes all feelings, all parts. As you feel this motivation and compassion toward all other beings, may all beings who feel fear find the welcoming and liberating quality of their awakeness. May all beings, all people, all animals, all creatures who feel fear at this time, may they feel this open-hearted awareness and the support. And feeling this giving and receiving of this open-hearted support from all those here. Just notice how the natural sense of being here and now with what is, and find that essential support, okayness, well-being from which you can respond more naturally here. So why don't we go into a chat room for 15 minutes. Just to talk a little about that first exercise of spacious awareness, and then this experience of, so just talking from this, what's the view of what you've been going through now? What's the view now of fear and anxiety? More about the feeling and the parts than the fact, the external details of what spurs it on. Yeah, so stay with the finding the source and the relationship to the emotion and the ocean of awareness. So Glenn, shall we do 15 minutes of sharing, groups of 4? Does that sound good? And Glenn will do that, and then he will call you back, tell you when the 15 minutes is up. So about 4 minutes sharing each, 3-4 minutes. Everybody. So yeah, it's great to have this Zoom function and then have these chat rooms to be able to get some community connection. I'm hoping you're enjoying meeting some of these wonderful people and getting a chance to share, because when we have this bigger group, it's hard to really be able to dialogue with each of you. So this way you get a chance to listen to others and speak. Anybody want to share maybe 1 or 2 from the group experience, either the personal experience that you shared there of that exercise, either of those two exercises or of the experience of a group? Let's see who's raising their hand. Is this Christine? Hello?
Hi, Locke. Hi, Locke.
Hi.
You know, it's really funny because in our group, we were talking about the extra added pressure of being in relationship with this and how much easier it is to have, you know, spent years practicing relationship with ourself and this stuff.
Right.
And it was really funny when I raised my hand and was about to come on, my heart started pounding and the tension got bigger. And so now I'm going to come back down and drop into what you led us to. Yeah.
There you go. Beautiful.
If you have some things to say about that, I'd appreciate it.
I liked what you said. So, so you just talked out loud through the process of, being honest, including what's happening, noticing the usual conditioning of, doing meditation by ourselves and not talking, and then feeling anxiety of social interaction and self-consciousness, and then acknowledging where that is in your body, and then kind of finding some space, dropping, opening, including, and then how do you feel now?
To the including, it's kind of swirling, but it's getting there.
Yeah. So
dropping into the heart, really nice. Thank you.
Yeah, dropping into the heart. Yeah. Yeah. So that's a beautiful thing, often in it's not emphasized in all traditions. There's the Brahma Viharas, the loving kindness practices, but certainly in Tibetan Buddhism, they talk about, the heart mind as a literal center of spaciousness, and many of us put our hand on our heart when we say me. So it seems to be quite a simple, if you take it as a literal, both simple and advanced doorway into awakened consciousness. So the key is to distinguish it from emotional heart, and even heart chakra, and even heart math or heart physical heart. It touches all those, but there literally is this feels like below and behind the emotional heart, and then that heart mind will come up to be the loving resource of the tender human heart or the emotional heart. But some people have a hard time dropping because they'll get caught in the emotional heart that they've tried to defend against and have tried to repress or tried to help from a distance or observe from a distance. And then once they feel it, so we need to either go out and come back to that emotional soreness, or drop below and come back up to resource with that. So anybody else like to say thank you for that? That's Susie.
Hi, thank you. I've spent a lot of time in the last few weeks in that contracted place, not just fear, rage, because I work in public health, loss. I mean, I could cry right now, and it's gotten pretty unpleasant. So the timing of this could hardly be better. So I'm grateful. So in both exercises, actually, I want to compare that state of being super zoomed in, super focused through one of those old style telephoto lenses, right? And it's contracted, it's focused, and anyway, the whole both experiences have helped me zoom out, zoom out, and I'm literally sitting back. It's a physical, it opens breathing, and I sort of lean into an expansive love.
Yes.
So there's that contrast between fear and love. So I could hardly be happier and more grateful.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing being in public health and being involved. I'm here in New York City and have been involved in sharing some of these meditations with some of the hospital workers and doing some volunteer on the New York City volunteer list. So I've had a couple people call. And yeah, it's just being together with everyone. In New York, I don't know those who know, but at 7 o'clock every night, we open all our windows and cheer for the hospital workers and all those first responders, and go out on the stoop and, thank those who are doing amazing work for that. So thank you for that. And yeah, you just said, that's one of the things, one of the chapters of my book is location, location, location. So rather than intellectually trying to understand awakening or come up with some smart spiritual ideas or try to, intellectually, I'm just going to accept things as they are or try to create positive states. You literally, instead of focusing, locating, using only a pair of glasses or a microscope, you go and open to a telescope and then come back to an electron microscope, very subtle. So the most vast and the most subtle. And what that does is it takes you to a dimension that's been closed off and kept us only in this body, mind, animal consciousness without the higher resources of consciousness, whether you call them spiritual or higher consciousness or Mother Earth or divine or awake awareness, whatever that level of mind or identity, that resource is, the whole thing I'm hoping to share is my own, great good fortune to stumble and bumble onto this kind of direct practice and see how helpful it is. And just, to say that, that there's some kind of belief that it's only for advanced practitioners and that you have to do 30 years or 3 lifetimes before you can access it. Now, many of you may have already done 3 lifetimes, so maybe that's why you're ready. But if not, I find it's actually not only accessible as a normal, already installed part of human consciousness, it's just a little tricky. It's not esoteric or advanced, it's just subtle in terms of how it can be accessed or described or taught or learned. And having worked with people in complex trauma, it actually, the other story or belief is that, those who are suffering most from things like complex trauma shouldn't be doing kinds of meditation, certainly not advanced practice. And yet, myself and other colleagues have found that accessing this no self is what's most needed, most helpful, most loving, most healing, and accessible to those who are trying to help themselves with keeping it all together and using the consciousness and the struggle through their own, as if, again, that story that you have to have a strong developed ego before you can go beyond an ego. But if you're an adult, most adults can access this, and they know themselves, which is not an ego. They've had an experience of true nature. Or so somebody who, has even been suicidal, working in outpatient clinics and asking, is there a part of you that wants to hurt yourself? And they say yes. And is there a part of you that wants to, live or heal? And they'll go, well, yeah. And then asking, well, who's aware of both of those parts? So not stopping at the part that wants to heal or wants to live, and having those two dialogue, but asking, well, who's aware of those two parts? And the person will say, well, I am. And well, where are you? Well, I'm everywhere and I'm here. And how do you feel toward these two parts? Well, I feel like kind of a sadness or compassion for them. I feel like they've been struggling and they just need some love. And are what kind of love? Well, the love I have, so they can find their own love and the support or guidance of somebody to just help them find what they already have essentially in themselves. So this kind of simple, it's simple but not easy. Once you discover it, it does take consistency, but just no more consistency than any other good habit that you want to do. If you want to exercise, or you want to go shopping and eat good food, or you want to do any other form of meditation or yoga or it takes a little bit, probably less time than any of those things, to just do small glimpses many times during the day, and so it's just the learning of it, of what the felt sense of being guided through it, and then guiding yourself through it. So there's no reason why, once you get a feel for it, that you can't just feel yourself drop your own awareness, right? So here's the mime version. You can just follow me experientially, yeah, as the usual sense of talking to yourself. What is he doing? I think he looks kind of silly. No, I don't know what he's doing. What am I doing? Am I supposed to do that too? I don't think so. Okay. So for those who have more of a felt sense, you just start by being led through it. Then you can use your own words: unhook, drop, know, feel, heart space, rest, open, recognize the awareness that's alert, and then aware from, and including, and feeling a ground and open-heartedness. And it's just untying these knots. It's not like creating something, like you're creating a state. It's like you've got a knot here, so untie that, then untie this, then untie the knot of looking out, so that you're aware of the field of awareness, and then untie that separation between formless and form, so that there's this, and it's just once awareness, the first key is that awareness is doing it. So it's the only one, it's the only no thing that can do it. And once it becomes, as soon as it's primary, it can be aware of itself as decentered, recentered, centerless center, interconnected, multidimensional. So it's this feeling of unhooking, dropping down and back to find that awareness which is already aware and includes everything. So that's like the simplest. Unhook, drop down and back to find that awareness which is already aware without my help, that includes everything. And as soon as that, you get a feeling of how to return home. That's what these traditions are doing 8 to 12 hours a day on a cushion, doing more of the sitting style, in order for this background awareness to come forward and let this chattering mind settle. So the Zen saying for what I call the resting method, which is most direct method, is muddy water, let stand, becomes clear. Yeah. So what we're doing is we're saying stormy cloud, shift out and include. So rather than waiting for the cloud to settle or the pond to settle, we're just saying, let's stop fighting and cleaning up the cloud and just drop below it, open up and realize we're the sky. And then as the sky, that we're also the cloud and whatever stormy, whatever weather's happening. So the sky is within the cloud. The cloud is made of the sky, and there's not two things going on, but feel the vast, subtle view that starts to be what's aware. So that handoff is the strength of the thought-based center has got to find that the awareness has an alertness that doesn't need to orient to thought to be. And as soon as you look to thought or look from thought, that's you're just trying to undo that knot. Looking from thought, looking to thought. So finding a way that awareness can drop or open. And then discover this awareness-based knowing. So, so those are so that again is kind of the principles of it. So yeah, so let's do a, some people were asking about what I call the U-turn, which is that that awareness, whether it's inside or outside, that can feel itself as a unity. Yeah. So we're going to drop, and then we're going to open, and then we're going to be aware of the unity of awareness and energy. Okay, so let's try that. So for those who get stuck, some people you may know already, some people find it easier to go out first and come back in. Others find it easier to go in and then open up. And some people just can't go out first or just can't go down first. So we're going to go down here. But for those who find it hard to go into the body, get stuck in the body, just open up and go right to the awareness behind your back. In fact, let's all do that as a. So what we're going to do is just move from our head, and instead of going up to thought and out to things, which is our direction, right? Up, out. We're going back and down until the awareness finds that awareness that has our back. And then when we feel that awareness, feel as if that awareness comes into our body from openness of our heart and our back, fills our heart and looks out of the eyes of our heart. So it's almost like somebody said, it's like taking off a hood. Yeah, so you're like, whoosh, or pouring awareness back, but the key is that awareness has to move. It's not an ego that's making the move, or it's not dissolving the small self. It's actually the awareness itself. So starting with this sense of identification or attachment, just feeling the seeing behind the eyes, hearing in the middle of the head, and then somehow let awareness simply unhook and fall back or rest back to the space in the room behind you. So let awareness, like local awareness, like a bubble, feel like somehow it travels. It's not imagination, but it may feel like imagination, but let it feel like this bubble of awareness is aware of the room behind you, not like extrasensory perception, but just invisible somehow, like you did this before, of the awareness behind your back. Let that awareness go back as far as it can at the speed of awareness to find no boundary. And if you find an energetic boundary, just let it dissolve until you find this amazing, infinite field of awareness that has your back. Surrender into that. And just be curious. Am I aware of that awareness? Or what's it like if that awareness is aware by itself without my help? And then feel as if you're located there, as if you realize that you're aware from this field of awareness. And that as you feel the first vibration, sensation, or thought, just curiously feel from that awake awareness whether the vibration or movement is made of awareness, whether there's kind of an ocean of awareness that comes from behind you, coming toward your back, filling your whole body like a wave of awareness, and then opening out, interconnected with everything and everybody in front of you, like a energetic, awake field of safe unity. So surrendering back to that which is aware, resting and feeling as if the awareness arises as your whole body and looks out of the eyes of your heart. So you're equally aware behind you, within you, and in front of you, as if there's one all at onceness. And just notice that you don't have to create a manager or a small center within your body in order to be safe and able to respond. And just familiarize yourself here, just staying home, both down and back in this subtle field of awareness. And start to feel as if parts of you are welcome, thoughts are welcome particularly. And just feel what it's like if thoughts are made of awareness. So if you were to let your phone number come to your heart mind, as if it arises from awareness, made of awareness, returns to awareness. So notice that it has particularity, distinction, and then it can be let go of without having to create a thinker or a rememberer or an analyzer or a judge or a liker or disliker. What does it feel like to be more in this interconnected field of awareness? So what would you say? Someone like to share from here about this? You can raise your hand and speak. Staying home. So even as you're listening now, see if you can stay here. And just be curious about welcoming thoughts as they arise. Just let them, like writing on water, as if thoughts liberate upon arising, like writing in the sky. Okay. So are you unmuted now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, hello. Sorry. Hi. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. It's just
okay.
Just love, spacious. All of the seeking was like denying the very thing I wanted, and like this, like it's already here, and yeah. Just leave it at that.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's the whole thing today. Like, it's already here and it's this close. It's already here and it's this close. Already here and it's this close. And everything you wanted is already here. And not only is it what you wanted, it's who you are. It's not even like the state of happiness or the love of other things. It's that you are love. Love is the fabric of you. Who's not a you, but that's okay, because it's still you. Something greater than you, that's essentially who you are, which
even what I experience as the unwanted is actually not unwanted.
Yeah.
It's just
that's it.
just endless gratitude. I don't know. That's how it arises, I guess. But
Yeah, endless gratitude, and that's the the relief of suffering on the simplest level is there anything to be pushed away or unwanted? No. Is there anything you need to grab or to get to be okay?
no.
Right?
If you're asking me, no.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. So is there anything you need to, anything unwanted need to be gotten rid of? Anything missing? And then the flourishing, right? Of
lack of knowing how to express it, though.
That's okay.
When it's wanting to express.
No, I mean, I'm getting it. I'm getting. It's not in the words. It's not like a test to be exactly described. It's for you to get it and feel it, and then bumble through, like, just saying, okay, I'm not going to keep this secret. I'm just going to say a bunch of stuff that is kind of pretty cool, but it doesn't really convey it. So that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's beautiful. Gratitude. Yeah. Such gratitude. Thank you. Okay. Next person. Hello.
Hi, Locke. Yeah,
Hey.
it's Constantine. That was I've been struggling with feeling awareness behind me.
Yeah.
But for some reason this time, I really the instruction was beautiful and clear. Because I would find that my mind would go into imagination or go into concept versus actually having the felt sense. And I think when you said that, all of a sudden I felt I was present to it, and then I felt this almost like it all came through my body and forward, not in one, like not just in one ray, but like it was one massive level and it just came out.
Yeah.
Is this
like all at once?
Yeah, all at once.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, both.
Yeah, and then I had this beautiful emotion come up and tears just come out. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Is this how does this relate to Ramana's self-realization? Capital S.
I think it sounds pretty good to me. It sounds like you might as well call it that.
Well, that's pretty epic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, those terms are big and but there's like everything that people have described is just like you've gone beyond the line into the new land of awakening, and now we can, I don't know what we're going to call it, enlightenment, self-realization, so it's all good. It's like it's a different world and dimension of, and it's safe and intelligent. So that's a big thing here too about this approach, as I have been learning how to share it, is that I wanted to skip over those places where people would go slowly. If the research shows, if you go slowly, like a 5-day retreat for beginners, you deconstruct the ego, and 1/3 of people will have a kind of a flooding of unconscious material. So what we do here is we go right from the problem to the solution and then come back to the problem. So we go right from the problem to the solution and then welcome the problem. So it's like, you can't overwhelm me because I'm like bigger than you, and you're also made of what I'm made of. And so that's the beauty of more of a direct approach in this way, is that you don't go gradually just go to no self and then feel like you have to go back to the ego to function, or go back to, or get flooded because the ego went and the ego defenses went, and then you got what you didn't, you know, that stuff you said, I'll deal with that later. Well, that becomes soon. So this way, you thank the parts for protecting you. You recognize you're a little scared. You let those parts know, I'm just going to the kitchen to get some food. I'll be right back in 3 seconds to 3 minutes. And then you go, and then you bring the love back. And then as the love, those parts will, you'll have the capacity to be with unconscious material, shadow parts, exiles, protective parts from that which can bear what seemed to be unbearable. So this is the, you know, that it's available, it's close, it's subtle, but it's not that complex. There's, you know, it's like, it's not more complex than any system of meditation, yoga, just has parts that you learn. But the beginning is what's unique, is this, that it's awareness that's moving itself to know itself, rather than starting with attention or starting with being aware of contents of consciousness. You're aware of context. And then that's the source of who you are, rather than just calming the current identity. But it's not, it takes about the same amount of time to learn insight meditation or learn effortless mindfulness. So, and it's a little, the results are a little bit different. So yeah, and yeah, so that's key, that you've discovered that it's not imagination, that I don't know what it is. So nobody, how can awareness be aware of itself behind your back? Scientifically, I don't know. But when you feel that, it's different than imagination, it's different than thought. And when you feel that, it has a result that affects your brain and its functioning, and affects your felt sense of where you are and your emotional life. So whatever that feels like is not that. So imagination is in your head. So if you were to, all right, so I'll just go through this because someone did ask. All right, let's do imagination versus feeling awareness behind your back. So, ready? Imagine a red triangle. Imagine waves on a beach. Imagine awareness behind your back. Imagine a lemon. So where did those all happen? So imagination happens on the screen of your mind, yeah? The lemon, the awareness behind your back, you imagine it, so then feel that awareness is identified with thought, and it's even identified with imagination, and now unhook and feel the awareness behind your back. And let it continue to move back until it discovers an awareness that's already aware. And then see if you can be aware from that awareness as it includes not only the awareness behind you, but the awareness within you as this dancing alive wave that includes awareness in front of you. Yeah, so you get a sense of it's not thought, it's not imagination. What is it exactly? That's the heart. That one is like you can do a lot of science about when you do this, you will get this result. When you feel aware that you're aware from this awareness that's equally inside and out, that's able to be simultaneously aware of what's going on inside you and what's going on outside of you, it balances your default mode network and your task mode network, and you feel this unity consciousness, and your brain is balanced. If you're in an fMRI, I've been in there as a guinea pig in a study at NYU. When you do this, you get measurable good results. What is it? What is that? Awareness of awareness? I don't know. Nobody knows. But it works, and it's you can do this at home. It's not one of those things like don't do this at home. It's not dangerous. It's just unusual or unique. Yeah. Do we have another comment, question, report?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, this is great.
Okay.
But what I'm finding is with every one of the exercises,
yeah,
I drop into this state of bliss with this big smile on my face.
Okay.
And and part of me is following the instructions, but part of me is just so thrilled to be so happy. And when it stops, I don't want to come out of it. Is that going in the right direction, or is that a side road?
Yeah, I mean, that can be, it's a matter of whether you don't want to become spaced out or blissed in. Those are two traps. So spaced out can be a little too much pure awareness, and you're gone beyond any suffering. And bliss is a natural, space is a natural component, and bliss is a natural component. But if bliss arises and then you follow it, like oh, I like it, I love it, it's very nice, like that's blissed in, then it wraps around itself as if it's an experience. If you let it come and go within this equally inside and out awareness, do you have a sense of being able to do that?
No.
Okay.
I think the blissed in state that you just described is pretty accurate. And what do I do to get out of that?
How many people want that problem, right?
I've wanted it for 20 years. So,
so now you got it. So it's not so bad. It's not such a bad disability, but it's it's kind of like so the way to play with it is because I mean, this is one of the descriptions is emptiness bliss. And so the feeling when it's emptiness bliss is as if you open your awareness, so feel bliss, and then you open your awareness to this boundless field of awareness, and then come back and through, and now is as if the most intense bliss you've felt in your body is spread out thinly throughout the universe.
I'll try it.
So it's this little like happy freedom. It's like a little, so just add, just find some more space, and don't I'll give you another example, because someone asked about, which is a classic example, like when I start to drop into my heart, I start to fall asleep. What do I do? So, somebody who's really agitated or working hard or been in stress, now you're going to drop, and now your body's going to rest, your brain is going to rest. If you follow it, if awareness follows the resting mind and the resting body, it'll fall asleep. If awareness stays open and doesn't grab onto bliss or sleep, and just lets it be like a fountain, it'll just get thinner and kind of be the normal felt sense of being in a human body. So let me know how that goes.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Yeah. So I don't think he had his phone number up there, so I'm sorry, guys. So you can't call him and say, hey, I want to get me some of that, right? Some of that bliss. All right, so we have, how about another one here? Yeah.
All right, thank you. I kind of you answered the question, but
Okay.
again, boundless awareness, its relationship to perception and imagination. It's kind of hard for me to unhook them, but I kind of understand it in a sense that it's more comprehensive imagination or inclusive perception. Is that a right way of?
It's almost like another perception. I almost think, like in Buddhism, thinking is the sixth sense. So we think we have five senses, and then, five kinds of perception. Oh, well, thinking is perception. Oh, it is? Oh, okay. And this is almost like awarenessing is the seventh perception. So awareness is able to perceive directly, and it feels like invisible knowing. So I mean, you can feel it. Can you feel when it relocates? Can you feel your upper body from your upper body, not from here?
It's kind of an internal, for me, it's kind of an internal perception. I move the internal perception.
Yeah. So the thing is it's kind of it's a new category, but it's a matter of, the key is you can't go back and check with your mind to see if it's true. So as soon as you feel, well, I kind of feel awareness is aware of itself in the room, but let me just think about it. Well, then then it's done. So it may be more, so for you and for many, the key becomes, I'll bet you actually are doing it, but as soon as you check with the mind to confirm, you don't believe it. Because the mind doesn't believe it because it can't do it. And it doesn't have a category intellectually, and there aren't any good, science hasn't quite caught up with that yet. So you can't quite say. But when you can feel the difference between imagination of awareness behind your back and what feels more like perception of awareness behind your back, and when you imagine awareness behind your back, you don't get the same effect as when it feels like you're aware of awareness behind your back. So whatever that is, it's just to kind of accept it as a category. You can't explain a lot of things, like balancing on a bicycle.
And when you talk about awareness of infinite space, is that again another way for you to point out to that thing?
Yes. So that's what it feels like. It feels like awareness isn't looking from here. It feels like it has no boundary. So that's that's what it feels like. And it's not believing it. It's not thinking it. It's not a philosophy about it. It's not imagination. It's a kind of, is it really, really real? I don't know. But it definitely is an effective, it's a particular felt sense of awareness, aware of itself as having no boundary. And when you do that, the effect on your body and mind and identity is clear. So that's the best we can do these days, because I'm also not about, I'm trying to explain this all in terms of consciousness as much neuroscience and psychology and as possible. But this one, you have to go when you're aware from awareness that's equally inside and out, your default mode brain balances. You can't do that any other way, except by going into a flow state. So you can do this intentionally rather than just, doing something you've done 10,000 hours, which will do the same thing.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, another one. One more, yeah.
Hey, thanks so much for that. What was interesting to me is the first time I felt the awareness behind the body as a full body experience. I always, a few times got glimpses of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the way it felt this time was like being in free fall and lying on a mattress at the same time. So I feel supported and safe. There's nothing that can go wrong.
Yes.
But I'm free to move and like stuff is moving.
Yes.
And the exercise of, one thing that happens to me often that I'm thinking like, am I getting it? Am I getting it? Is this it? And that's like the mental checking. And when
that's right.
We went through, is this imagination? I could see very clearly that the imagination was happening in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was happy to relax that the experience I was having was in fact of awareness and not imagination. And that was very helpful to me. Thank you.
Yeah, good. Yeah. That sense of it, of confirming it for yourself. The earliest, pre-Buddhist, pre-Mahayana, pre-Tibetan Garib Dorje, who's supposedly one of the, maybe a Bon practitioner or a direct practitioner of Dzogchen, said there's 3 vital points to this direct practice. First is directly recognize this for yourself. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. You directly recognize it for yourself. I'm not transmitting anything. I'm pointing this way and you're recognizing it for yourself, because yourself and myself is kind of the same self, but your local awareness has to look and find. Then the second point, after directly recognize for yourself, is decide for yourself that it's true. So don't believe anybody else. Don't have to, but you do have to confirm it with, is this imagination? Is this not imagination? Once you confirm it, you can relax. And then decide for yourself it's true comes from the not knowing that confirms it. You don't go back to the thinker to decide it's true. You have to find out from the wisdom mind, heart mind, decides it's real, it's true, it's pretty good. And then the third is proceed with trust in spontaneous unfolding. Yeah. So proceed means keep consistent action through these small glimpses with trust, because you recognized it for yourself. You decided it was true and real and helpful and good and relieved suffering and brought flourishing qualities of awakening. And then proceed with trust or confidence with spontaneous unfolding. Then you familiarize, and then it kind of unfolds because you're not doing it with your small mind or small self. It becomes, it by heart, becomes second nature. It's like learning to type. Once you know how to type, you start just type, it becomes easier, spontaneous. Then you lose it, then you learn to return. And the awareness is what returns. once you get a feel of that, that's the new category, right? The new category is awake awareness, and this new particular tuner in this method of effortless mindfulness, this is local awareness, can move to spacious awareness, which is already aware. So that's the thing that makes it a kind of direct inquiry or a looking method, unhook and look. In Tibetan Buddhism, they say the child awareness returns to mother awareness. In the Taoist text, The Secret of the Golden Flower, they say the secret of the golden flower is turn awareness around. That is the sublime truth. So awareness is looking up and out. You just turn it back to itself. And that's the secret of the golden flower. It's in the book anyhow, but you got to feel it. So it's not such a secret, but the secret is being able to do it. And this, just playing with it, getting the principle, not getting caught in some of these eddies and traps along the way, halfway stations of pure awareness. And there's nobody here named Locke, there's just awareness, I am the awareness, is like a halfway station that the awareness is what everything feels that everything's made of. Yeah. So let's do the dropping from head to heart space, then opening to the awareness, and then really feeling this place of having awareness be curious about whether vibration, sensation, energy is made of awareness, so that there feels like there's a unity and a ground quality. Yeah. So everybody ready? So so here we go. So again, I don't know if you want to bring your awareness back to thinking, but well, let's just play with this for a second. So just identify and open. Okay, now intentionally let awareness go back, find the next thought or emotion. And then drop. Okay, and then just wait until the next thought or emotion or identification happens. And open. And go back and identify and drop. Now, how many people want to go back? You don't have to. You just include. Yeah, so you just feel that. So we're feeling, not only feeling the solution, but we're feeling that what does system one feel like? What does ego-centered, not just like, oh, I'm ego-centered, I'm thinking that I'm ego-centered because I have this, but where is that? Like location of ego center, of managing self, of small separate self. Some ways it's identified with physical body, but in some ways there's a small mini me center that is looking out of our eyes and in the middle of our head hearing sounds. And so once we can drop out, then we can include those senses from a new location. Yeah. So here we go. So feel that sense of identification and then simply let awareness unhook and open. So if thought doesn't go to thought, there can be no thinker. So if awareness goes to space or awareness, then there's no small self. If thought doesn't go to thought, if it doesn't go to an object, and then feel as if that awareness drops from the center to your jaw and your smile. And just feel your body from within. Feel the sensation, tightness, heat, space, awareness. And then feel as if awareness moves itself down to your throat. Feel as if you're aware of your throat from your throat. Feel the sensation, aliveness, heat, cold, vibration, space, awareness. So subject and object are located in the same place. And then dropping awareness, letting it drop itself below your neck into your upper body. Just feeling your body from within your body. So not going up to thought to check, not stretching the tension down, feeling that awareness, knowing, and the known know your body directly from within your body. And then feel as if that awareness goes behind and below your emotional heart into your heart space. That touches your emotional heart, touches your physical heart, touches your cave of the heart and your heart chakra and your dantian, your hara. And just go deep within. Just drop and drop into the safe space of your heart. Subtler, deeper. Letting go of conditioning into invisible presence. Just feel that you're aware of your heart space and then feel you're aware from your heart space. So the knowing and the known are happening, and then from there, feel as if you can let that awareness that dropped begin to open outside of your body to one side or both sides. Feeling the space in the room from the space in the room. And then let that local awareness open like air into air and open at the speed of awareness into this boundless field of spacious awareness. You're just opening in all directions. And if you find an energetic boundary of any sort, just let it dissolve like smoke as you open and tune in to discover this field of already awake, all at onceness, timeless, invisible, and yet awake without your help. And just for another few seconds, just let go of all conditioning. Let awareness discover the contentless, pure awareness. Let go and let be. And then as that pure awareness, from that pure awareness, just curiously feeling whether the first vibration, sensation, energy is made of awareness, is feel like you're watching from the pure awareness for the first movement, and just see if it's made of, comes from awareness, made of awareness, and then feel that aliveness dancing that's not two things: awareness, emotion, thought, energy, unity consciousness, emptiness dancing, emptiness as the invisible force within a seed that makes it grow into a tree, as the non-separate, interdependent, interconnected intelligence that's beyond the small self and that includes the human, precious human birth. So just feeling that interconnectedness with all things in front of you and behind you, and dropping into the heart space, into the safe ground of being, back again to be aware from your heart space that now is aware from this universal heart. It's holding you, it's giving you a hug that can bear what seemed to be unbearable, that has a wisdom mind, that can respond to whatever's needed in these coming days and weeks. From here, find that which doesn't come and go. Find that which is unborn, unhurtable, isn't separate from any feeling or emotion, is arising as pleasant and unpleasant, has a sense of courage or love, joy, acceptance, equanimity, loving kindness naturally rising, so that you can wish all beings who are struggling or in fear or feeling emotions that are gripping them, may they be free, may they find this awakeness, may they discover who they truly are, be comforted, feel connected without being overwhelmed, not taking on the pain of the world, letting it all move through you, letting it go back through the door of your heart to the awareness that has your back, that's within everyone and everything. It's always already. And just noticing the feeling of this sensitive, human, vulnerable creature that you are, that allows yourself to feel your feelings, to know that you were born, and that all beings, all humans will pass away, and feel this sense at the same time of this unborn, eternal, here and nowness, and this tender human heart and this universal heart, both simultaneously here, resourcing with the source of this open-hearted awareness that can be with, and everything that arises is made of, pleasant and unpleasant. Just staying home, thanking the parts of you that are scared for giving you a little wake-up call and say, check this out, and thanking the manager smart parts for figuring out that you need to wash your hands and maintain social separation, and remember things like that, when to go to the grocery store, and then feel this open-hearted connection to all beings, and grateful for this precious time that we have together and the opportunity of this stay at home that has
I didn't get that.
pluses and minuses.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Siri's joining in.
My name is Siri, but you knew that already.
So all are connected on all levels. So let's hear a little from you as you stay here in this, speak from this dropped, open, and then the awareness that is non-dual, is both formless and form. So not just leaving the separate self, the no self, but discovering the new.
Hi.
You, hi.
Yeah, I feel very calm and spacious, and when we do the the unhooking, there's like a whoa kind of feeling, and then there's also a lot of emotion or sadness comes up in the heart area.
Yes.
And sometimes that pulls me out, and sometimes I'm just kind of chill with it. But it feels very emotional all the time with the glimpses.
Yes, yeah. And that's, the key is if you can just get the glimpse and stay with that tender human heart, that sweet sadness, it's kind of precious. And it, in some ways, if it doesn't collapse you, if you feel, it can be really the first sign of open-hearted awareness is kind of a compassionate sadness. It's kind of a sweet, bittersweet, tender heartedness. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, yeah, it feels very much like that. And then sometimes I'm in the awareness, and then other times it feels very much like the small self kind of feeling that and wanting to process it or something.
Yeah, so one of the curiosities might be for you to maybe feel like that actually is one of the most beautiful mixings of the two. So in other words, when you go to the awake awareness, and the awake awareness arises as a human being, certainly makes sense to me that one of the primary emotions that connects all of this is this kind of sadness, sweet sadness, grief, something like that.
Yeah.
So maybe, so what if it wasn't the ego? What if it actually was almost like one of the dimensions of the compassionate heart? And then you just stay with the capacity to be with it. So as it starts to, if you start to feel it more and it starts to cry, rather than defending against it or closing it down, just stay big, and it can kind of be the relief of grief. It can kind of be this shake and bake, where old grief and just tenderheartedness can make you. I know when I felt that and let myself go through that, when you let that layer of tenderheartedness, grief, sweet sadness, bittersweet, just shake through, and then there's such an open life force available. It's just like, oh my God, it's just like it opens to another level of sensitivity that mingles the universal heart and the human. So I would encourage your courage.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks. Hello, next one.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Sorry, I was trying to take a note and think at the same time and then not think too much. So what Derek was just saying about sometimes being partly identified and sometimes not being, that's been exactly my experience. So
yes,
the shake and bake, and I think you were talking about detoxing.
Yes,
in your book. Like I like periodically, like there's just like a big cycle of that, and it's like holy crap. But then I mean, like you were saying something too about how people were saying, oh, folks with complex trauma shouldn't be doing this sort of practice. Well, they should be, as far as I'm concerned, because to me it seems like, because I'm in that boat, and that experience like of dealing with that, and then this whole thing about awakening, these are not separate experiences. It seems like this is the same thing. It's all part and parcel of the same thing.
And you just
So
have
that
to
detox.
and you just have to be gentle and really find the support from yourself and others to find that what is that can bear it and be with it and titrate it, so that you're but that's the only thing I've found, having worked in 30 years in this field, in South Bronx and inpatient, outpatient, every that's the love and the true you that can be with those parts that are looking for love.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. So beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Hello. Starts with a J. Are you unmuted, Jax?
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Can you hear me? All right.
Yes.
All right. It's been a while since Esalen, remember?
Oh, yes, yes. Oh, yeah. How are you? Good.
Oh, good, good. That was amazing. And I was at the last one a month ago.
Yes.
So I was thinking how it's kind of weird when you wake up in the middle of the night to make the journey to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Your mind says, how can awareness be aware of itself? And it's like, so this is great to immerse oneself in this process again.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Yeah. The last time I had this kind of, in Vajrayana, Tibetan Buddhism, they have this expression called completion stage, where you feel, I felt this strong like presence of Mahakala and Chenrezig come up. And it's like, I'm Mahakala, I'm Chenrezig. It's weird, but it was in response to the fear, the sense that one's fear, and then the flip side of fear is courage. So I have had this immense wave of courage, which I shared with the teacher who I work with. But this has been really great, and I think about our shared humanity, and that we're all here in this virtual room, and all just being together, and it's a kind of glowy golden quality
Yes.
that I feel.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah. Beautiful.
Yeah. So I just wanted to share that.
Thanks so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great to hear you, Jack.
Good to hear you. Yeah.
Okay. We go with another one.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So the practice, that one and the one before, starting with the sending your awareness back,
yes,
was a curious experience insofar as I previously, entering into something of a state that I guess I was attempting to attain, it had those feelings of compassion and gratitude.
Mm-hmm.
And this seemed much more blank or clear. Like I had several programs that I didn't even know were running that just kind of turned off.
Mm-hmm.
And there was this presence, which was more like a feeling of, it felt quite infinite and expansive. I would say positive, but more like a deer in headlights almost. And I felt something of like my awareness when it shot back, then it kind of circled around and was kind of taking some peeks back at me. So all that was quite unexpected and not within my purview of a meditation experience thus far.
Okay.
But yeah, more like just clarity, but not tinged with any feelings of compassion or anything like that. It was just kind of yeah, like that.
Yeah. Yeah. So, in the kind of the untying of the knots, there can be, kind of strong feelings or little reactions to like the deer in the headlights thing that doesn't allow kind of the re-engagement of the embodied open-heartedness. So it's just, kind of noticing those protective parts that are, kind of, they go like, what's going on here? And they like come up. So it's just, reassuring them that this is all being done for good health and good reasons, and it's safe, and, you understand their fears, and you'll, try it again, and let's see how it is this time. And they get on board. They eventually say, oh my God, this is what I always wanted. But it takes, it takes a little, everyone's system is configured in a little different way in terms of untying these knots may release some different responses.
Okay.
So keep playing. Don't let it scare you back, and find your own way too. If different, different different doorways or practices work better, then use those.
Okay.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. So we try another one. Then we can do another.
Hi, Locke. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
This has been great. Thank you very much for this.
Okay.
I've been reading your books and trying the glimpse practices that you've posted on Sam Harris's app.
Oh yeah. Yes.
And enjoying them. Feel like I'm getting it from time to time, and feel like I'm achieving the felt experience that I think I should be achieving. But today was a real different experience, and I felt like, listening to you live and sitting in a room alone for 6 hours really helped me achieve that.
Oh, good.
So my question for you is, this is likely a one-off experience. What tips do you have for attempting to achieve this on a more regular basis during normal life? And I expect it's, glimpse practices many times a day. But I've tried that in the past with limited success and nothing like what I've achieved today. So whatever you can suggest is greatly appreciated.
Yeah, I mean, so thank you for that, sharing that. I'm glad this was helpful. I'll try to do a few more of these, especially during this time when many of us are still going to be indoors, because, there is a opportunity. This was actually going to be a weekend which was a level 2 retreat for 4 days. And I was like, all right, let's go. You know, we're going to really go deep. And this would have been the warm up today. So yeah, certainly being guided, doing something intensively, you know, kind of breaks the old habit or creates new habits more easily, because short periods of time can give you a glimpse. But if you keep glimpsing, it builds on each other, reinforces. So, I mean, I have like, you can do time, you could go through my audio, you know, one of my audio books or audio practices for half a day, or I have a 3-day retreat on my website that can be done at any pace, but certainly doing these kind of events. And then, you know, and then establishing some practices over time. So certainly intensive beginnings, but consistency is the most important thing. And then some more intensive practice. So one area that I wanted to share with people, I think, is waking up. So the transition from sleep to walking around. So rather than just doing a morning practice, which you can, you know, still do like a sitting sometime early in the morning, glimpse practice, or what I call marinating rather than meditating. But that transition, when you wake up in the morning, hit the snooze alarm, roll over on your back, and do a 1 to 5 minute glimpse practice. So the key here is that you're going from sleep, and rather than your chattering mind and your ego getting you up and either slowly or quickly going like, what do I got to do today? What am I doing? And going into that, you know, transition from sleep to waking consciousness. You do a glimpse, 1 to 3 minutes on your back. You're also resting, so it's kind of nice, like, oh, I'm not going back to sleep, but I'm actually doing this nice restful practice. You do this practice, then you get up out of bed, and you start to walk from awake consciousness slowly and transition into open-eyed world. And it kind of starts you off, and then you could still do a morning practice a little later on. But that I found for a lot of people is very helpful. And then, you know, to find those normal break times during the day, you know, right, you know, when you have like a after breakfast or mid-morning or beginning of lunch or end of lunch, when you go for a walk, just do these 1 to 5 minute glimpse practice. You put on your headphones and do those. And then importantly, trying to do one during the day that you transition right into work or talk. So not just doing them just on a walk and then doing one, then walk, but do one, look over your computer, and then go right into typing an email from awake consciousness, or make a phone call to somebody, and just feel that while you're talking, you're in awake consciousness, you've dropped from head to heart space and you're talking. Because a lot of this is about the stabilizing of it is recognizing, realizing, and then expressing. So the expressing rewires your neuronal network for living from awake consciousness with eyes open, and just doing small glimpses of active practice, active activity, can be very helpful. And then, yeah, so I think those are the important ones. And then, yeah, just even it's better to do, you know, occasional longer periods, but do short glimpses every day rather than just longer period once on the weekend or something, because I think I've found those build better.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. So should we do one more practice, short little one, before we end here? So let's do a one where we go from dropping into this subtle body, into your whole body, and then opening up from kind of an energetic body experience. So what we'll do is we'll follow your breath down. So it's called follow your breath home. So it goes a little quicker because you'll breathe out, and then as you breathe in, and as you breathe out, let your awareness stay down. So now you're aware of your breath from your breath. And then as you breathe in and as you breathe out, make the sound of hum or om. And then feel as if your awareness expands. So I'm just describing it now. Okay, excuse me. So it just is a little, the thing about this is that these are not guided meditations. The use of the word unhook or disidentify or detach, it almost requires a quick movement rather than a slow, guided meditation, yeah? So we're going to feel your sense of self in your head, and then as you breathe in and then breathe out, and as you breathe in, let your awareness drop from head to heart space, and then breathe out. Stay home. As you breathe in, stay in your heart. And now as you breathe out, make the sound of hum or om. And let your awareness expand out into the room. Feel as if your awareness opens to be aware of the room, from the room, and then feel as if awareness opens into the boundless field of awareness. Just simple open mind, open heart, no big deal. And then breathe in and smile. And then just be aware from this open awareness. And just notice whether thoughts, feelings, and sensations are made of awareness. Feeling this interconnected friendliness. Back to this universal heart, to this tender human heart. And then just staying home, not going up to thought, not going down to sleep. Just very simple, breathing in and letting out a sigh. It's very ordinary, dropped back and down, simple, playful. Soft, easy, relaxed. Noticing your breath happening by itself. And just noticing awareness happening by itself. And just a little more interest in the awareness that's aware of the content. And then feeling that support of that open-hearted awareness that feels more familiar, simple, and home. So, thank you all so much. I hope these resources and our meeting and meeting other people here will be tools of support for you during this time of stay at home and pandemic, and many friends and family who are going through different things. I hope you'll be a great example to each other and to your friends and family as you work with your own parts that are, and get to know this more awake consciousness that's who you are. I feel very grateful to all of you. Feel a little verklempt, as they say. So I'm happy to be with you all. I look forward to seeing you all in person when we can all be together, and we'll get through this all together, and we'll just keep finding that resource which can bear what seems to be unbearable. Notice how close it is. Notice how you can ask parts for space and open and include at any time. And I look forward to hearing your reports as we all awaken together. So thank you so much. Glenn can turn on the hellos and goodbyes and
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Blessings.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, teacher.
Thanks, Locke.
Thank you.
Thank you, Locke.
Thank you.
Wow.
Joy.